Notice is hereby given of the regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Town of Westfield in the County of Union, New Jersey at 6 p.m. on the evening of Tuesday, November 15th, 2022 in Cafeteria B of Westfield High School, 550 Dorian Road, Westfield, New Jersey. The Board will move immediately into private session to discuss matters rendered confidential by state and federal law, including legal matters and personnel matters. The public portion of the meeting will resume at 7 p.m. The purpose of the meeting is to transact the regular business of the Board and to transact any other business to come properly before the Board. And this is to advise the general public and to instruct it to be recorded in the minutes that in compliance with Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, entitled the Open Public Meetings Act, the Westfield School Board on Thursday, November 10th, 2022, caused to be posted at the office of the Board of Education located at 302 Elm Street, Westfield, New Jersey, and delivered to the Westfield Leader, Star Ledger, the Westfield Library, Town Clerk of Westfield, Tap into Westfield, and Patch.com, a meeting notice setting forth the time, date, and location of this meeting. Dana, can we have a roll call?
Sahar Aziz, Robinaccio,
Here.
Mike Beelan,
Here.
Brendan Galligan,
Here.
Layla Morelli,
Here.
Sonal Patel,
Here.
Amy Root,
Here.
Kristen Sonic Schmeltz, Mary Wickens.
Thank you. And Amy, you want to lead us in flag salute? Come on in, Kristen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I ask the Board to approve the following resolution. Resolve that the Board of Education move into private sessions for the purposes of discussing matters rendered confidential by state and federal law, including legal matters and personnel matters, and be it further resolved that any discussion held by the Board which need not remain confidential and the results of the discussion will be made public as soon as practicable. Can I have a second? Thank you, Sonal. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, we are in private session.
turn that on.
Okay.
All right. Thank you guys for bearing with us while we were in our executive session. And we are now back in public and ready to resume the meeting. Let's start with announcements. Sonal, do you have any announcements tonight?
Congratulations to the Westfield High School Marching Blue Devils, who placed 7th at the Bands of America Regional Championship held at Rutgers University, competing on October 29th against bands from New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Massachusetts. This marks the 5th time the band has been named a BOA regional finalist since 2018, and is the second most regional finals appearances by a New Jersey band in state history. The Marching Blue Devils capped off their 2022 season at the College of New Jersey, places second in the AAAA state championships. Congratulations.
Thank you, Sonal. Layla?
Tickets are on sale for the Westfield Theater Department's production of The Secret in the Wings this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, November 17th, 18th, and 19th. Tickets are $12 each. Advance purchase tickets are required and available at whstd.booktix.com. No tickets will be sold at the door. Don't miss the chance to see our talented cast and crew in this production that weaves together a number of lesser-known dark fairy tales within the larger frame of a reimagined version of Beauty and the Beast. At its heart, the play reveals that love is kindness and that compassion and generosity towards the other is what allows us to heal one another and ourselves. They are there practicing now.
Thank you, Layla. Amy?
Yep.
Not surprisingly, our Westfield High School student athletes are racking up the wins this fall. Our girls volleyball Blue Devils captured their first Group 4 state championship this past weekend. The boys cross-country team recently placed within the top 5 at the Meet of Champions, their highest MOC finish since 2014, while the girls cross-country also earned a trip to the Meet of Champions after taking home the sectional title and a top 5 finish in the Group 4 state championship. The girls' tennis team earned a sectional title, as did the boys' soccer team, capturing the North 2 Group 4 sectional championship for the first time since 2001. We look forward to welcoming these amazing student athletes to a future board meeting to congratulate them in person. Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. Rob?
Congratulations to the cast and crews of our intermediate school fall dramas, who worked countless hours to prepare for the curtain to rise on their 3 nights of performances. The Roosevelt Theater Department presented The Wizard of Oz, The Deleted Scene, while the Edison Theater Guild presented Alice at Wonderland, both proudly performed before enthusiastic audiences. Thank you to our theater directors and the many caring adults who assist with these student-centered productions.
Thank you, Rob. Kristen?
This Friday, November 18th, is the deadline to complete the stakeholder surveys to help inform the Westfield Public School District's development of the strategic plan for 2023 to 2028. This survey takes approximately 5 to 10 minutes to complete. Parents and guardians can refer to Dr. Gonzalez's email on November 1st, which contains a link to the survey. The survey link also was included in Friday's newsletters from each principal on November 4th, which are posted on each school website. The community survey can be accessed at bit.ly/WPS Strategic Plan Survey Community. Thank you for providing valuable feedback as we seek to define the district's priorities for the next 5 years.
Thank you, Kristen. Mike?
The Community Food Bank of New Jersey is holding a Turkey and the Fixins 2 drive this Saturday, November 19th at Franklin Elementary School. Donations of frozen turkeys and hams, canned soups, stews, fruits, vegetables, pasta, rice, and other non-perishable foods can be dropped off between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. at 700 Prospect Street. Please, no fresh or thawed turkeys or hams. And if you could, I think it's really a great cause to help those people in hunger during this holiday season. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, please. Amy?
All Westfield Public Schools will be closed on Thursday, November 24th and Friday, November 25th for the Thanksgiving recess. Additionally, all schools will have an early dismissal on Wednesday, November 23rd.
Thank you. The next Board of Education meeting will be on Tuesday, December 13th, in Cafeteria B at Westfield High School, beginning at 7 p.m. The meeting will be live streamed via the district YouTube channel, which viewers can access on the board tab of the district website. The complete agenda will be available on Friday, December 9th. And with that, I turn the meeting over to Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank you very much. This evening, I have a few items that I'd like to include in my report, beginning with just an overview of some of the highlights from the month of October. Given our second month in the school year, a lot of activity has taken place at the district and school level, including our October 10th in-service day, in which we had the opportunity to include professional development and experiences for our staff that addressed district goals number 1 and 4, related to our implementation of practices that were consistently being developed across our schools to ensure that our practices were aligned to our learning outcomes and to ensure that those practices were consistent regardless of what school you attended. That work has been ongoing through the work of the administration and their staff to identify ways that we could increase the standardization of practices while also allowing for the individualization to still occur to reflect the needs of the students as well as the opportunities of teachers to show their own create their own cultures in their classrooms and address the experiences that are before them. The other opportunity that was emphasized during the October 10th in-service was to also look at the ways that we are establishing professional learning communities to, again, create this common focus across our school district to ensure that our teachers are working together and collaboratively to identify problems of practice and to use the common knowledge and expertise among the teaching staff and the faculty to be able to address those problems together and strategize ways that we could succeed in the classroom. Additionally, the Special Education Parent Advisory Group met in October to discuss and plan the Special Education Awareness Expo in March. This is an excellent opportunity for both staff and community members to learn more about hot topics in special education. And this year, we're looking forward to the event being in person after several years of virtual attempts. Human Resources took part in a substitute recruitment fair held at Union College. You may have seen the Substitutes Needed sign on the Elm Street lawn. So if you are interested or know anyone in the community who's interested in becoming a substitute, we certainly would welcome anyone to apply to join our team. We also know that during the month of October, the Board of Education approved the appointment of Patricia Ramos, our new business administrator, effectively joining in that role on January 1st. And then this evening, we also have the opportunity to appoint her replacement later on in the agenda, and we're looking forward to a successful transition. Throughout the course of October, our facilities projects included completing the roofing project at Franklin School on the Millennium Wing, as well as continued installation of security door enhancements at all of our elementary schools. In the world of community engagement, Westfield Public Schools was named a third-place winner in the New Jersey Public Relations Association's Annual Communications Awards. The category was for the electronic newsletter category. The work that we have put in over the past several months, and thank you to Marianne McGann for coordinating the effort, has really created a common vehicle that we've been capitalizing on to try to keep everyone connected to what's going on in our district. And, you know, based upon the feedback that we've gotten, we continually try to refine the topics to enhance the communication, make sure that we're meeting the needs of the community. We've also implemented and continue to support the Golden Pass program, which allows residents, Westfield residents 65 years and over, free entrance to most high school performances and sporting events. And we're continuing to see the resurgence in interest since the program had been on hold during the COVID years. And last but not least, our strategic planning process continues to take place throughout the month of October, but continuing into November. So with the launch of our first stakeholder feedback session in October, we continued those feedback sessions into the month of November, meeting with parents, community members, students, as well as staff. We've initiated our survey. It's actually technically going to November. It's no longer an October highlight, but it really launched the opportunity for us to gather feedback from all members of the community and allow the widest voice possible to be heard. We are looking forward to providing ongoing updates on the work of the Strategic Planning Council, which is made up of several members of the administrative team, the teaching collective bargaining unit. Each of the bargaining units had an opportunity to assign representatives to serve on the council. So we have members of the paraprofessionals unit as well as the secretarial unit joining members of the central office team and the Board of Education in order to take all of the feedback we've been getting and turn that into the hope streams and action items that will propel us forward in the years ahead. Each month we are going to meet as a team, and we look forward to providing the updates and also affording the opportunity to allow you to provide feedback to the council as we continue to allow that process to form our strategic plan for the coming 3 to 5 years. Last but not least, I did want to take the opportunity to provide an update on the development of our 2023-2024 school calendar. So we are set to present that to the board for a vote in December. I just want to describe what we are working on, which is why it's taken a few moments to bring it to a vote. This year, we are putting in place basically a two-sided document. The two-sided document will have on one side the dates that schools are open and closed, when we start school, when graduation takes place, any modified days for half days, professional development, so on and so forth. But is really going to be a general operational calendar. On the flip side of that calendar is going to be a calendar that is intended to provide a planning resource for teachers, families, coaches, and activities that will list all the cultural, religious, federal, and state observances so that as we continue to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in our district, I think it's important for folks to know what's going on in the lives of our students, what's going on in the lives of our staff, and to be able to make that connection so that as we plan, it could be planning a test, planning a homework assignment, or it might be planning a birthday party or a play date. We are aware of the different experiences that all of our students and all of our school community goes through. We have been fortunate to be able to tap into the experiences of our community advisory group who have been working with the DEI committee, which is made up of members of various religious and cultural organizations around the community to be able to provide us with that feedback. If you've ever gotten a chance to look at the New Jersey Department of Education list of absences that are permitted for religious reasons, it's actually 8 pages long. So we didn't want to create something that was too exhaustive, so it doesn't change that list, but it really provides it in a much more digestible way to make it a valuable resource for everyone. So we wanted to make sure that we took the opportunity to gather as much feedback and present that as a companion document to the calendar moving forward. So we want to make sure that we make connections between our district goals and our operational activities, and I just wanted to share that with everyone this evening. Last but not least, I did want to use the opportunity to just reference that we did have someone join us on our dais this evening, because in January a law was passed that actually required that all districts appoint a member of the high school student body who would serve as a student representative to the Board of Education. They're a non-voting member, but they would serve as a student representative to be able to provide feedback to the Board of Education and serve as a conduit between the students at the high school and the district level. This evening, we have joining us Patrick Lanza, who is the Student Council President. And a senior at Westfield High School. So without further ado, I'd like to conclude my report and hand it off to Patrick for the Westfield High School student report.
The Westfield High School community has had a great start to the first marking period of the school year. Students have been succeeding in the classroom, on the field, and in the arts. In athletics, there have been many county and sectional championships. Girls soccer, girls volleyball, and boys soccer all won their respective county championships. Sectional championships were won by girls tennis, boys cross country, boys soccer, and girls volleyball. Girls volleyball also won the state championship. The Marching Blue Devils placed 7th at the Bands of America Regional Championships. They also placed 2nd in the Quadruple A State Championship. In the arts, the theater department is performing The Secret in the Wings this week on Thursday at 4 p.m. and Friday and Saturday both at 7:30 p.m. Tickets can be purchased at whstd.booktix.com. Westfield High School's High's Eye continues to publish groundbreaking reports on the Westfield High School, Westfield community, and the world. This year, the High's Eye released a new online publication specifically devoted towards sports news, commitments, and game-specific articles. The Student Government Association's main goals this year is to increase school spirit and communication with the student body. To increase school spirit, there will be one activity period, a marking period, where students and staff can work together to raise money or awareness for a particular cause and participate in a fun student versus staff event. During the first event, there was a student versus staff volleyball game with all proceeds going towards Pathways, a local charity devoted to aiding people with breast cancer. The student government was able to donate $1,500 on behalf of the student body to this organization. Future student versus staff events include the pep rally and the Community Service Week basketball game. For the fourth marking period, the event will be devoted towards the arts. Next week, our annual homecoming dance will take place at the high school for juniors and seniors, and they have all received an email with specific information. The homecoming dance coincides with our Spirit Week, ending with our annual pep rally at Keller Field on Wednesday, November 23rd. In the spring, there will be a semi-formal for all underclassmen. Overall, students have adapted back to pre-COVID policies during the school day and are returning to procedures and events not seen at the high school in 3 years. Clubs have resumed meetings in person, and students are participating in school activities and in the Westfield community. Students have truly settled into a normal school year and are excited for the year to come. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Patrick, and welcome. With that, we will start our committee reports. Amy and/or Rob, do you have a SIP report for us tonight?
That's going to be a little tough to follow. For the SIP Committee, Curriculum, Instruction, and Programs, we had our last meeting on November the 3rd. A couple of items that were up for discussion. One is an ongoing review of our extra and co-curricular activities. This review is consistent with a few things, with the district's goals of establishing consistency across the schools for different opportunities. Layering in the extra and co-curriculars to that process is just made sense. We're also looking for opportunities to utilize that class time, that time after class, to expand extracurricular offerings, things that may be related to classwork. What came up most frequently is robotics programs, things that will expand on what we're doing in the classroom and give students an opportunity outside to do that, and how we could help make that happen as a general matter. Again, we're looking for consistency across the schools for opportunities for students, as well as for items that we see in other districts that we may want to add. And then, most importantly, to ensure the best use of funds and time for teachers to be able to work with the activities that they want to see and that they're very interested in. Second thing we discussed was progress on the district goals. District goals 1 and 4 apply most closely to what we are doing in our SIP committee. We had a report on how those goals are being met toward progression. Last thing we discussed was a new policy on journalism that we had a few questions on. Sent that back for a few answers to those. We expect to take that back up at our next meeting, which will be December 1st, 2022. We have one item on the agenda for approval today. That is an 8th grade Roosevelt drama student trip to the Paper Mill Playhouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Mike, do you have a finance and facilities report for us?
Brendan, do you want to handle A?
We're not moving anything right now, so you can go right ahead.
Okay. As far as finance and facilities, we haven't had any update since we haven't met since our last meeting. We're meeting this coming Friday. I do want to point out a couple of gifts that we have received. We received a $500 donation from Mr. and Mrs. Jacobs for the purchase of classroom items for the Franklin Elementary School and classrooms of Mrs. Petruzzi and Mrs. Munoz, Ms. Muntz. And then we've also had 3 donations from the Franklin Elementary School PTO, $284.40 for the purchase of 5 OtterBox Defender iPad cases, $1,849.48 for the purchase of 10 RCA walkie-talkies, which include a number of accessories, and finally was $1,582.50 for the purchase of 5 iPads with lifetime licenses. So I just want to thank both Mr. and Mrs. Jacobs and the Franklin PTO for those donations. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Layla?
We had our last policy meeting on October 27th, and most of the policies discussed at that meeting were mandatory or updated policies, but I did want to call attention to policy 5512, which has been revised. That's a policy regarding HIB reports, and basically what is, the wording is changed so that any claim of a HIB has to be reported, regardless of whether it's going to be investigated or not. And at that point, it can be determined by administration that there needs to be, there can be an insistence upon investigations. That's just the most updated wording for the HIB policies. Our next meeting is Thursday, right? And that's it. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Layla. And lastly, our negotiations team, I'll give a brief update there. Last spring and over the summer, we negotiated with our custodial union and came to an agreement in September. This took a while going back and forth to come to an agreement there. But the association ratified the contract that we settled on last night, and it's on the agenda tonight for us to do the same. The terms are similar to all of our other units in terms of salary percentage. All right, any questions from board members on any of the committee reports for anybody? All right. With that, we will open up public comment. Before I open the floor to public comment on tonight's agenda, I want to take a moment to clarify a few procedural items regarding the proposed shared service agreement with the town for the Edison Field project. The proposed shared service agreement is not a lease, and therefore not leasing the town the field for 30 years. The proposed agreement is for the town and the board to enter into a shared service agreement where the town will improve our property at no cost to the district, and in turn, we grant the town a license to utilize those improvements for recreation department purposes. Any use of the term that's been floated around has been done so informally, and it's been unhelpful to the deliberative process because the lease of school lands creates a very strict approval process under state law. As we are not leasing any board property, we're only required to approve the measure in the same manner as we would for any other item, a simple majority of the members present and voting. On the advice of our board council, 2 board members, Mr. Beelan and Ms. Patel, are conflicted and cannot participate in the deliberation nor the final vote. They will both recuse themselves from the debate and abstain from any and all votes related to the shared service agreement. This means that we will have 7 board members present and voting on the shared service agreement, and the threshold to pass the vote will be 4 in the affirmative. Now, during this portion of the meeting, district residents and staff are invited to address the Board of Education on agenda action items only. The board requests that individuals state their name and address for the record, the specific action items they're commenting on, and ask that all remarks be directed to the board president or designate, and not to individual board members or staff. The board asks that the members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Specifically, comments regarding personal matters are discouraged and cannot be responded to by the board. Students and employees have specific legal rights afforded by the laws of New Jersey, and the board bears no responsibility, nor will it be liable for any comments made by members of the public. If a matter concerning a district staff member is of interest or concern to a resident, the matter should be referred to the responsible building principal, the superintendent of schools, or the Board of Education, either by telephone, letter, or email. Although the board may not respond to all items raised during the public forum, all public comments will be considered. Please note that if any member of the public becomes disruptive during this portion of the meeting, the board president may terminate that participant's statement. Continued disruptions may result in removal from the meeting or adjournment of the meeting. Each speaker's statement will be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes in duration. If you'd like to address us on agenda action items, please come to the podium. Give me 1 second to just get the timer set up. Oh, sorry.
All right, thanks.
Yep. All right.
Okay, Jerome Fader, 789 Knollwood Terrace, 40-year resident. I want to comment on the shared service agreement. I'm concerned and I'm opposed to it partially because of the outer bounds of actions that this might support, such as artificial turf, which would be a poorly conceived and mammoth project. It would be a permanent, irreversible change to the field itself. It would be a major terrain alteration in an area that has had major flood damage that would expose, and it's not clear whether it would be the school district or the town, to legal liabilities for many years into the future, well beyond the time frame of the agreement. Flooding. Robinson Branch is a major area floodway that lies immediately south and downstream of Edison Field. This is an area that is previously flooded and a very risky place to make large changes in grading and runoff. If there is a flood and numerous houses are damaged, the question of who would be liable. Will it be the Board of Education and the potential claims that it caused the damage? And the liabilities would not end with the end date of any shared service agreement. And in terms of, there's also an Army Corps project, the Robert River Basin, that's going on there, specifically directed to flood risks towards that area. There's also unbounded long-term liability for environmental damage. The field drains downstream into the Rahway River watershed. Artificial turf often consists of ground-up tires and contains carcinogenic chemicals which can leach into groundwaters, particularly following a flood. And you've heard numerous sightings in previous meetings of this, some of the environmental problems of this. Artificial turf needs to be replenished every 10 years or so at a cost of millions each time. If you don't replenish, there are flood and environmental concerns. Replenishment requires permits from the DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection. If the DEP finds at any stage that the environmental contamination is not acceptable, the artificial turf can't be just left in place. The area would need environmental remediation, potentially long after the expiration of any shared service agreement. Who pays for this? So it's not strictly a lease. It's more you're kind of getting married to this whoever the agency that's supporting you, any legal obligations. This major action is being rushed through. The financial implications are huge. Artificial turf is a commitment over 30-plus years, period. Even if over a shorter period, if you add the money committed for principal, interest, and artificial turf replenishment, the amounts are on the same order as the municipal budget for the whole town. These kinds of actions should be done transparently with agreement by the majority of the residents and understanding of the long-term implications. Financial I'm done?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank
I'm
you.
done. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fader.
Emily Barker, 434 Longfellow Avenue. I just wanted to comment on, I think it's page 11, the attachments finance portion H. But first, I would like to address the board, as I was really happy to be able to take part in the parent-focused strategic planning meeting a couple of weeks ago. So during that meeting, parents discussed things they were happy with and things they would like to see improved in our school district. They talked about the need for improving reading comprehension at the elementary school level. They talked about the desire for an improved math curriculum across the board and a more comprehensive social studies curriculum. There were a few other...
Ms. Barker?
Yeah.
If you would stick to agenda items right now.
Well, I'm getting to that. Relates to agenda item H. 90% of parent suggestions were focused on academics. At no time did parents utter the words, "We need more focus on diversity, sex ed, or equity." They mainly talked about the need for our students to improve academically. I bring this up because I was reading the finance portion of the attachments for this meeting, and I came across a grant from the Union County Gender and Sexuality Alliance pilot program for Westfield intermediate schools. At this point in time, when our kids' test scores have decreased and an abundance of parents have been paying through the nose for math and reading tutors, why is a school seeking money for a non-academic pilot program focused on sexuality and gender in the middle schools? Is there some issue parents aren't aware of going on in the middle schools? Very serious question. There aren't any academic pilot program grants in this extensive list of attachments, so why is this particular program so important? That is a serious question.
Thank you.
Stephen Goodman, 322 Arenda Circle. I'm going to be talking to you about the shared service agreement and the possible field. The proposed Edison Field synthetic turf projects must pass the limit test of being healthy, environmentally friendly, and fiscally responsible. The project fails miserably in regards to all three. We already know the environmental components in artificial turf, coupled with some people's genetic makeup that can lead to a predisposition towards sickness or cancer. We can remove the factor by eliminating artificial turf as a primary choice. By doing so, our environment will be safe. Councilman David Contract, as a breath of common sense in last week's council meeting, explained that the CMA study to evaluate the natural turf versus artificial fields is a sham. 14,000 of your tax dollars were wasted. The Edison study did nothing to take into account replacing the turf every 8 to 12 years and the other maintenance issues. Our 8 existing natural and artificial fields in Westfield, when properly maintained, graded, and drained, will give an excellent, although not perfect option to our needed field requirements. The pilot program payment in lieu of taxes is the criteria of what we have been advised will cover the cost of the artificial turf at Edison. This $15 million project payment from Westfield Crossing to our town over a 30-year period breaks down to just $500,000 per year of service charges. How can this small subsidy pay for a $9 million program whose costs will probably rise double or triple due to the increased placement and maintenance costs? Board members, regarding the safety of this project, you must know the exact composition of the plastic and its assorted filling coatings. You must fully understand what possible health risks we are taking place. You must fully realize the environmental impact on our air, our soil, our water. It's not what you know in this life that'll hurt you. It's what you don't know. I don't want to be right. I don't want to get it right. It's not about, I want to get it right. It's not about me, it's about us. Are you secure with the pilot program paying for all this debt, including future costs associated with it? Are you denying there'll be other costs laid on taxpayers to cover the gaps and insufficiencies with the program? And as the pilot payments are not guaranteed, who is going to pay this bill? I'm not here just because of the 3 criteria discussed. We are here because we, the taxpayers, cannot personally vote on these issues. The Westfield community have been blindsided by a back backdoor switcheroo of our vote because of this new shared relationship between the town council and the Board of Education. This is wrong. We can't vote on field composition or possible upcoming bond issues. I have no personal agenda here. I don't live up near this side of town in Westfield. My children have graduated and have moved to other states. I have no interest in politics. I can't understand what has happened to this town. This is supposed to be a democracy. It's our town. The mayor doesn't own it, nor does the council, nor does the Board of Ed. We as citizens have the right to decide and vote what we feel is right and have full representation, no matter how we feel. We should be able to vote universally on these proposals in April, and at the same time, the mayor has called an election to vote for the school budget. We need to get it right, no matter what the final vote it is. No one here can insist they're right. We are far better off understanding when we may not know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kyle George, Short Hills Court. I'll be talking about 4 items on the action agenda. First item 13A on the policy agenda. There are more policy revisions, yet still no controversial issues policy revision. It's been 2 years. It's becoming almost a running joke when this will actually be revisited. Second item, agenda item 15. There are 7 high school students listed as receiving a suspension. I've never seen this number of suspensions. Without disclosing student identifying information, what kind of discipline problems are going on at the high school that 7 students got suspended in the last month? Are these related to the anti-Semitism we've seen at the high school recently? Third item, facilities item A. You're entering into a shared services agreement with the town which donates the school district's land in return for an artificial turf field. I think Councilman David Contract gave a great rundown of all the concerns at the recent town council meeting. For example, congestion in the Edison area, environmental impact, health and safety issues, and issues with the study provided by the vendor. But what I'm concerned about are the financial mechanics that might not have been fully disclosed. I've heard rumors, and I emphasize rumors, that the town has promised pilot funds to the school district in return for this agreement. While bonding is mentioned in the agreement, pilot funds are not mentioned in the shared services agreement to the best of my knowledge. So it'd be great if you could just put this issue to bed, so to speak, and confirm unequivocally that all financial terms are captured in the SSA and that it is the entire agreement. Fourth item, finance agenda item H, acceptance of $2,000 from the Union County Gender and Sexuality Alliance pilot program for our middle schools to, quote, offset the costs associated with appointing advisors, end quote. What is this? GSAs are organizations that blur the lines of what's appropriate for schools and their employees to be involved in my opinion. I have questions. Who are the adult advisors that are going to be advising our middle schoolers on their gender and sexuality? How will they interact with our kids? Will they be supervised, and by who? I Googled this program in Union County, and the only thing I can find is an entry in the Union County Board of Commissioners item 2022-630 from July 14th, which authorized the county manager to enter into a contract with one Lighthouse Collaborative LLC from Hillside, New Jersey to, quote, pilot GSAs in 4 middle schools in Union County, end quote. So, another question, who is Lighthouse Collaborative and what will they be doing in our middle schools in Westfield? I pulled the LLC's paperwork via public records, and their self-stated business purpose is, quote, the Lighthouse Collaborative is an organization providing a beacon of guidance for individuals lost in the dark by assisting in navigating to a safe and solid ground, end quote. Now I have even more questions. What in the world does this word soup even mean? Why do we need this? Who's lost in the dark? And if a kid is lost in the dark, shouldn't their parents be involved? How are you going to ensure that parents are involved and that parental rights are protected? Here's an idea. Let's just not accept these funds until the public has been provided full details about this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abigail McCricky, and I wanted to speak behalf of the Edison Turf Project. I'm a sophomore, and I'm directly affected by our turf shortage. I play 3 Westfield sports, 2 of them being at varsity level, and have felt what it is like firsthand to have to replace our real practice in preparation for states with simply running around the town because there is no turf available. However, I'm also a sustainable science major at the Magnet High School in Scotch Plains and focus on the environmental impact that structures have on the surrounding ecosystems. During this board meeting, and the one I previously attended, people were arguing against another turf field and pushing grass instead because it has better environmental impact. However, after doing research and talking to my teachers and fellow sustainable science classmates, I found in the long term, grass fields are more detrimental to our environment than turf. There are 2 key points to this claim: water and fertilizer. To start, the water needed to sustain a productive and safe grass environment for Westfield athletics is astronomical. According to the Turf Factory Direct, considering a typical 6-month growing season in the Northeast as an example, a conservative estimate is approximately 1.5 million gallons of water in a single season. Not only is this number unsustainable in itself due to its addition of decreasing the long-term water security and availability, when it rains, grass fields cannot absorb water the same way turf does. Therefore, an immense amount of runoff is created, leading to our second major problem with grass: fertilizer. Fertilizer is often used on grass to add essential nutrients and minerals to the soil to help the plants prosper. Nevertheless, fertilizers are one of the most common non-point source pollutants that harm our environment. After it rains, the fertilizer is combined with the excess water that grass is not able to absorb and turns into runoff on our streets, which eventually finds its way into rivers and streams. Not only does this contaminate clean drinking water for our community, but the excess nutrients in the water make aquatic plants bloom uncontrollably, suffocating the living aquatic life underneath them. I hope we can choose to do the right thing for our Westfield athletics and our environment and go through with putting in our much-needed turf fields. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Patrick McBrarty. I live at 420 West Grove Street in the area where the turf fields would be. Just want to make a few comments around that. One is my two daughters went through elementary school, middle school, and high school here, and they were able to take advantage of all the things that Westfield Board of Ed, that the school system in the town provides. My daughter swam for Westfield and then ended up swimming at Lafayette College. My other daughter was part of the theater program and is now in graduate school for costume and fashion design. So they were greatly impacted by the opportunities that were provided by the town. I also served on the GSLW board, Girls Softball League of Westfield board. I ran the travel program for 8 years, and I can unequivocally say that the field capacity and availability is an issue. Two examples of that are when we would rain out, and to the point that was just made, anytime you rain out, sometimes we can't even get the practices or we can't reschedule games. And then for the travel program, when we try to reschedule games, other towns would call us and say, we can host the game, and Westfield can be the home team because of all the challenges in scheduling that. I also live right in the area, on Westfield Avenue, or excuse me, Grove Street in between Westfield and Summit. So anytime there's a Edison event or a Keller event, there's cars out in front of my house, there's kids walking around. They also just installed a speed limit sign right in my front yard. But all these things are things that are needed in order to provide the best opportunity for the kids. So I am pro the field and the turf field for really one reason: to provide the kids of Westfield now the same opportunities that my daughters had and have the same influence going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dean Olagino. I live at 28 Manchester Drive. Thank you for recognizing the Marching Blue Devils earlier. They just concluded a phenomenal season. So as a parent of 4 children in the Westfield School District and as a member of the board of the Westfield Baseball League, I think I spend more time in ball fields in town and throughout the state than probably in my own backyard. I've also witnessed how much time and dedication and effort that these student athletes put into their craft, both on the field and off the field in preparation, in the weight room, and other activities. And what I can say is this is a golden opportunity for the Shared Services Agreement, for the town and the Board of Ed to cooperate, to provide these student athletes with facilities and athletic facilities that is commensurate with the effort that these athletes put in. So I urge you to vote yes on the Shared Service Agreement and provide these student athletes with these facilities they deserve. Thank you, and go Blue Devils.
Thank you.
Ready? Andrea Taylor, 525 Clifton Street. Hi, Abby. Abby's my neighbor. We don't agree on everything. 1 week ago, my son, Aaron Taylor, emailed you with his thoughts on the Edison Field project. He did not get any responses. That's a hard nut to swallow when you're a teenager, and it's why he's not here tonight. His attempt at civic engagement was met with silence. Tonight, you'll vote on a proposed shared services agreement between the board and the town to renovate the fields behind Edison Intermediate School by using artificial turf to cover about 60% of the grass. As you've heard from many others over the last several months, artificial grass contains many chemicals that are known carcinogens. The EPA is currently engaged in a study of the toxic effects of these chemicals on human cells. Even if the town commits to finding alternatives to the crumb rubber infill, the plastic grass blades and the fabric backing contain what are known as forever chemicals that never break down and are known to cause cancer. My son, who wrote to you, is a 2-time cancer survivor. If you've never watched your child lying in an ICU bed, hooked up to IVs and monitors, if you have never watched helpless as your child's body convulsed with seizures, if you have never attended the funeral of a child who died from cancer, then perhaps the concept of carcinogens in our children's environment is too abstract. But what if it were your child, or your friend, or your friend's child, or your neighbor? Artificial fields contain cancer-causing chemicals. As of this year, climate change must now be taught in all New Jersey schools. Are we not being hypocritical if we add more plastics to the field outside of our school while teaching about the environmental damage of plastics within the classrooms? The NFL Players Association is petitioning to play only on grass fields. The women's soccer team has sued for equity with the men's team. One complaint was being forced to play on artificial turf. Men's soccer plays on grass. My son plays in the marching band, Go Marching Blue Devils, and also plays ultimate. To quote a portion of the email that he sent, the reality is, and I can tell you from experience, running on a field that may not be the best is better than not running at all because you're lying in a hospital bed. Mayor Brindle stated clearly at the town council last week that if there is an economic downturn and there is a choice between keeping police on payroll or maintaining fields, the choice will clearly be on keeping police on payroll. So our district could be stuck with a poorly maintained artificial turf field.
Thank you.
I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Good evening. Terry Brennan, 862 Rahway Avenue. As you vote on the Edison Fields proposal tonight, I hope you have not allowed yourselves to be manipulated by the town government. They have no place interfering in your jurisdiction. We did not elect them for that. We elected you. It seems to many people like they've been manipulating you, but I can't say if they have or not, because they've made sure to meet with you behind closed doors. If they are manipulating you, you must reject that. And likewise, if they say they believe false and dubious claims from artificial turf salespeople, you have a voter-given responsibility not to. The thing to focus tonight is the effect of the Edison proposal on the children of Edison School. Why does nobody bring them up ever? If you approve the Edison Fields proposal, exposure to the toxins in artificial turf will become mandatory for a public education on the south side of Westfield. Mandatory due to the resulting lack of any usable natural space for the students. This exposure will not be a voluntary 2 or 3 hours a week like it is for the athletes who will play on the field and who have addressed you. For the Edison students under your care, it will be mandatory exposure 5 days a week. The Environmental Protection Agency is currently undergoing research into the safety of several components of artificial turf. The state of New Jersey lists on its website a recommendation that, quote, children should shower and wash thoroughly after playing on artificial turf fields. The athletes have an opportunity to do that, the students won't. Former EPA official Kyla Bennett was recently quoted in the press as saying, quote, it's only a matter of time before artificial turf is banned by the EPA, end quote. How will you live with yourself if that ban happens? In addition, if that ban comes to pass, there will likely be lawsuits, and potentially pretty solid ones, against the Board of Ed from parents all over the South Side. And you'll have a real problem on your hands because removing artificial turf is extremely costly, and even costlier if you want to recover the ability to plant natural grass after the ecosystem has been killed by the turf. My 5th grade daughter's homework tonight contains the following question. Why should we care about how people's actions affect the earth? These are questions that your curriculum ponders. Should our answer be we shouldn't care? Because that's what you'll be telling the children if you vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Brian Crawford, 795 Knollwood Terrace. I am the father of a 6th grader at Edison School. I'm also a PAL football dad for the last 7 years. So I'm very aware of the field needs in this town. But what I really want to focus in on tonight is the shared service agreement. Mr. Galligan had mentioned that it's a license, not a lease up front. We found that out yesterday for the first time. It's been referred to as a lease since June 15th, 2021, when a joint press release was issued by the mayor and the Board of Ed president at the time. So good news, it's a license, I guess. But what I wanted to share was that what we've been presented with in the attachments is not a complete document. It's a red line. We don't know if there are additional changes being made. It doesn't seem like there is a final agreement. So I guess, does the Board of Education have clarity around what they're actually voting on to approve this evening? I sure as hell don't. In the last 2 weeks, the mayor has shared publicly that a significant portion of the $9 million will be funded by pilot money from the Westfield crossings. The draft indicates that this will be substantially funded by a bond. In fact, if the bond doesn't happen, the whole agreement is terminated. So which is it? Do you know? I don't. This agreement speaks to the bond and the project. When does it start? How long should it take? When should it be finished? Do you know? It's not in the agreement. How much does the town need to spend each year on the maintenance and improvements, and to what specification and whose specifications? Do you know? It's not in the agreement. Who owns the improvements and equipment added to your property? Do you know? It's not in the agreement. If this is a license, then you should have sole authority to schedule the use of the property, not shared authority, sole authority, and you should have the sole authority to revoke that license at will whenever you want. Is this really a license, or is it a lease and license clothing to avoid complexities that you want to avoid? Before you vote tonight, do you actually know what you're voting for? If you don't, vote no. Thank you.
My name is Norm Yang, and I live at 2 Normandy Drive. I want to speak in opposition of the proposed Edison Field project. I am a retired chemical engineer with over 35 years of experience as a researcher, technology department manager, and lead technologist. Analyzing and validating lab data was an important part of my job. Artificial turf is known to have many carcinogenic and other hazardous materials. such as PAHs and PFAs. As you're aware, health experts recommend natural grass as the safest playing surface for this reason. At the last town council meeting, the town council voted to proceed with the shared services agreement and install artificial turf at Edison Intermediate School. Councilwoman Habgood said that she found an artificial turf free of PFAs and PAHs, and that specs would be written to ensure that such a turf would be used for this project. Act Global has given the town council a lab report in support of their claim that their turf is PFA-free. I have reviewed this analytical report and found it totally invalid for the following reason. Sample integrity. Only one sample was analyzed and it was not stored under ice as required. Additionally, multiple samples, including bonding duplicates, typically would be submitted to verify test methodology and results. This was not done. There were issues with sample preparation protocol, which resulted in undefined elevated minimum detection limits. Standard extraction recoveries in the test were outside test method criteria. And importantly, no reference samples with known values were run with the test sample, so that there was no way of knowing whether the test method used was valid for the sample. Portsmouth, New Hampshire has installed artificial turf which the manufacturer claimed to be PFA-free. However, analysis confirmed that the so-called PFA-free turf did contain PFAs. The manufacturer claimed then that there were only guaranteed PFAS levels based upon a specific test method, but this test method was not validated as the most appropriate test method to use. We should not let this happen to Westfield. The majority of the town council has apparently accepted the conclusions of an obviously flawed and biased CME report. This despite the fact that even Councilwoman Habgood called the report, quote unquote, not their best job at the last town council meeting. Now the town council is telling us they have found a turf that is PAH and PFA free, just accepting the unvalidated claims of the manufacturer. I urge members of the Board of Education to vote no on the Edison Field proposal. Due diligence has not been done on the CME evaluation, and due diligence has not been done on evaluating Act Global claims of an artificial turf free of PFAs and PAHs. The Edison Field proposal has huge financial and health implications for our community and environment. As Board of Education members, you have the ability and the responsibility to make sure that a complete and unbiased study considering all field options and location options are completed before you approve this project. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kelly Hampman, 635 Radley Road. Thank you so much for taking all this time, this exhaustive process of listening to everybody. I'm here with no notes because I'm speaking from the heart. I am a founder of the Westfield PA Girls Flag Football Program. I think I shared with you that we started with 224 girls with an exhaustive wait list. And I'm here today to speak at a totally different angle than we've just heard before with, I don't know, a lot of that scary language people are using, but I'm here to talk about the kids because that's who we serve as a board of, that's who you serve as a Board of Ed. You're here for our kids. I grew up in a town slightly south of here where we had enormous access to fields. It was never an issue. And then I moved here because of the schools, our sports are great, our great community, and then we go and play on fields, some that have divots, some that are unsafe, and it's not okay. So today I speak on a few levels. One, representing the Westfield PAL, which has about 1,300 kids who play. We have wrestlers, we have co-ed flag football, we have the girls flag football program, we have field hockey that's now joined us, and a lot of other organizations that are under our umbrella, and we are in support of this field project. We don't want to turn girls away. When we get more girls that want to play flag football, when people asked us, it was about space. We filled all of our space. We need to give girls who are new in sports, new to field hockey, new to flag football access. And if we're lucky, this is going to become a Westfield high school sport. It's becoming a sport all over our country right now, all over New Jersey. They're expanding. Our area is going to have 10 to 12 teams, and we want to be part of it. These girls are in a pilot program. We're launching this program for them so that they can have this opportunity, just like boys have had an opportunity to play football. So we really encourage you to think about the kids. When I was a kid, I had fields, I had access. I want my kids to have fields and access too, and that's what we're asking you to do today. 40% grass, 60% turf. We're good. Let's do this, board. You got this.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Keith Hertel. I live at 241 East Dudley Avenue. A lot of what's been said tonight, I'm not going to cover. I'm coming from a different angle. I rise tonight to speak to the issue specifically of the Edison project. I'm not here to pile on one side or the other, but rather to ask this deliberate body to table the vote for a determined period of time. I believe there are enough reasons to reach this conclusion. You see, I once sat where you sit tonight. In fact, I served with the father of one of your present board members. During my tenure, many tough decisions came before us. Two in particular that I vividly remember was the redistricting of students from Franklin School to Wilson School across the very busy Mountain Avenue. In listening to some of the parents, we, the board, were putting their lives in danger. We were going to kill them. A very contentious time, to say the least. However, after listening to all of the input, over time, a decision was reached, very different from the one the administration proposed, but mollified all parents' concerns. And the redistricting did take place. In other words, a consensus was reached. In the other case, the reinstating of middle school sports. The administration and a few board members were totally against it. Again, after listening to the public, a decision was reached to approve middle school sports program on a limited basis. Another consensus. After reading the articles over the many months and listening to opinions pro and con, I have seen absolutely no attempt at consensus. It is my way or the highway, never a sound decision. As a former chairman of the Recreation Commission, I know there are viable alternatives, and most of all, solutions in addressing the field capacity discussion. This field capacity issue dates back over 25 years. In fact, during my tenure, we passed a straw vote by the town council, 9-0. I believe those plans are still available. How many of you are aware of the plans or have seen the plans or even inquired about the plans?
Thank you.
I know all about turf fields. I'm the one responsible for bringing them to Westfield in the first,
Thank you, Mr. Hertel.
in the first place. Mr. Laporta, you're up to speak. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I was just hoping as a former board member and a resident of town for 54 years, you'd give me time for 2 more paragraphs, but that's okay.
Where do I? Right here?
Yeah.
I know all about fields. I'm the one responsible for bringing them to Westfield so many years ago. Further, it was the past superintendent of schools, Bill Foley, that personally asked me to chair a committee to get the bond passed to turf Keller Stadium. The same year, the budget failed, but the bond passed by 56 votes. Finally, I need to dispel this notion that a shared cooperative between the town and the Board of Education is something new. When I arrived in Westfield in 1968, Clark Park, owned by the town, and Roosevelt Junior High School, a Board of Education program shared the property for the 7th and 8th grade soccer programs. Later, in 1972, when I introduced soccer as a recreational/travel basis, our home field was Elm Street. Then, as the non-school soccer program grew, the fields at Washington School, Tamaqua School, Jefferson School, Roosevelt School, and Edison Fields were used. I could go on and on. My point, the Town Council, Board of Education have always worked hand and glove. So tonight, I ask you to consider gathering the other alternatives to solve the field capacity question. Review them, discuss them, and then make a decision. Who knows, maybe a viable solution exists that resembles a compromise. Do not be bullied into a decision. Do not fold under the peer pressure. Be able, in a final analysis, to face your friends and neighbors, knowing you did your due diligence. I know there are other options out there. $9 million is a very expensive, and yes, it is your responsibility, very much as it is for the Town Council. As I retire to my seat, I thank you for your time, and I ask you to once again considering tabling this vote until every stone has been unturned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Janet Onishi from 759 Knollwood Terrace. I have read the shared service agreement the town presented. I am a taxpayer in town, just like you, except for Amy Root, who I understand is leaving Westfield soon. It looks to me that if you vote yes on the agreement, you and I and every other taxpayer in town will end up holding the financial bag on the Edison Field project. Let me tell you the things that I'm worrying about. The projected costs for the project are at best $9 million. At the last council meeting, David Contract shared his calculations to determine the budget. He pointed out numerous inaccuracies and assumptions used to generate the figure. The chair of the Finance Committee, Ms. Hagwood, did not address the concerns and told us it was time to move on and build the athletic fields behind Edison. I ask you, would you consider a major renovation of your home without knowing the true cost of the project? Second, I have not heard anyone talk about the cost for extra police services that will likely be needed after field lights are installed in a residential neighborhood. With field lights on until 9:45 p.m., 7 days a week, we can expect numerous types of disturbances in the neighborhood near Edison. I assume we can call the police for help. Can the town budget cover the extra costs for police services, or is an increase in the budget needed? At the last council meeting, I learned that my council representative, Dawn Mackey, recommends that Knollwood Terrace residents receive parking permits. We need to talk to Dawn to find out why she suggests we need parking permits. Number 3, you all know that the creek next to Edison is an integral part of the stormwater sewer system. You also must know that there was a life-threatening flooding in the neighborhood behind Edison during Ida. Dawn Mackey stated at the last council meeting, and I quote, "We, the council, are all aligned that the project only happens with the substantial infrastructural investments to address and correct flooding. This is the first time I have heard this position. We need to hear more about it. How will the installation of the athletic fields behind Edison affect the flooding? We have been told not to worry. We have been told the water drainage system for the fields will actually help our situation. Do I believe you? No. After reading the CME Associates report, I don't think the town can select reputable vendors for services. Private citizens, including me, have pointed out numerous inaccuracies and misleading statements in the report. We have heard from Westfield residents with professional experiences in project and financial planning for sciences, the law, the communication, education. I hope you have learned from us and considered our comments. At this point, I hope that you will vote no tonight and do as Mr. Hotel has suggested and step back and re-look at how we can have increased field capacity in another way. Thank you so much for your time and your efforts.
Thank you.
Timothy Eaton, 762 Knollwood Terrace. I want to talk about the Edison Field plan. For almost 17 months, we have provided evidence that the Edison Field Plan will, 1, expose students, athletes to dangerous toxins and increased chances of injury. 2, contaminate the environment, both soil and water. 3, replace a natural green and living ecosystem with 250,000 square feet of chemical-ridden artificial turf, not recyclable. 4, create more traffic congestion and parking problems than currently exist. 5, increase noise and light pollution and ruin quality of life in surrounding neighborhoods. This is a travesty costing $9 million. This artificial turf is being installed in a flood zone with an adjacent creek, a terrible idea with toxic runoff and migration of dangerous materials off the field into surrounding neighborhoods. Why would we take such a significant risk with the students, the environment, and our neighborhoods with this unacceptable plan? Please listen to the scientists and experts who have written to you and about whom we have talked at various meetings and who have no skin in the game other than the health of the children. Please do not base your vote on the very flawed CME report. The report contains misinformation by understating costs, describing the chemical exposure as limited, and does not address parking issues that come with the Edison plan. We have been waiting for a comprehensive, valid parking plan since a year ago, last September. The CME report only discusses Edison and no other locations. The whole report is incomplete, just like the Edison plan itself. Councilman Contract is against the Edison Field Plan and believes the CME report should be returned and the town should get our money back. Before you vote, think about what your responses would be to these 3 questions. Would I replace my backyard grass with artificial turf and feel comfortable having my children and their friends on it continually and knowingly expose them to dangerous toxins and increased chance of injury? Number 2, would I knowingly expose my neighbors to dangerous runoff and migration of toxic substances from my property to theirs? Number 3, would I want my neighbor to replace his or her natural grass backyard with artificial turf and lights, exposing my family and yard to toxins, pollution, noise, lights, and extra activities? One would think that the answers to these questions would be no. This should then lead you to vote no on the Edison Field Plan. We can solve the field capacity problem with better managed natural organic grass fields in multiple locations at less cost with no lights and better safety health outcomes for students while preserving our neighborhoods. Money should be budgeted for this better alternative. Please vote no tonight on this dangerous, inequitable, incomplete, and unacceptable Edison Field Plan by not entering into a shared service agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Anelli, 292 Seneca Place. I'd like to talk about the shared services agreement. The shared services agreement that's presented today is a huge missed opportunity to put control of all 8 of the Board of Ed fields under a maintenance contract by the municipality, freeing up a big part of the school district's budget, which we all know we're going to be back here in a couple months to vote for a cap increase relatively soon. Why not take the time now to build the right shared services agreement that covers all 8 Board of Ed properties and start to put all of our fields into use in an improvement program? To quote the agreement itself, for the purpose of reducing property taxes through reduction of expenses. This is what's written in the shared services agreements, one of the clauses. This clearly isn't the outcome that we're getting out of the shared services agreement. Instead, what we have is a short-sighted agreement that raises the tax impact to taxpayers with absolutely no way for Westfield citizens to vote on it. The entire design of the shared services agreement is to move forward with a singular project on a singular field, costing taxpayers roughly $15 million over 10 years when you include the cost of financing for this project. CME notably didn't include that cost of financing, but if you add that back in, which is the cost of bonding an $8.3 million project over 10 years at the current market rates, you get $15 million over 10 years. And for what? 800 incremental hours of field time per year? That's a really terrible return on equity, and it's a really terrible way to spend money for such a small amount of incremental hours. Plus, you're building this on a 500-year flood zone. The estimates that CME have provided don't even include the cost of rehabilitating the land and building the right precautionary drainage and stormwater management to prevent water flowing into Robinson's branch of the Rahway River. When you think about, and when you talk to the town council, because the funding for this project is so heavily tied to pilot payments from Westfield Crossing, you're not even going to see a field. There will be no ribbon cutting until 2025. That's over 2.5 years away. The benefit is coming way down the line for such a huge cost when we have all this time to do incremental improvement to our existing fields. And I'm going to get to that in a little bit, as the WSA is investing just modest sums in fixing up the Elm Field into the first properly engineered grass field that Westfield will have next spring, ready already in the spring. So let's talk about Westfield Crossing. It's anticipated to produce $20 million over 30 years. That wouldn't even cover half of the 10-year cost of the Edison project. That equates to a $7.3 million shortfall at year 10. Please, when you consider this, vote no. David Contract has a much wider plan that he would like to put together covering all the properties. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve McCabe. My wife and I have lived at 409 Washington Street since 1975. We have 3 sons. They all played kids' league sports, and 2 of them competed on the varsity level. We live approximately a block and a half away from Kaler Stadium. It's not Keller Stadium, it's Kaler Stadium. And based on my children's experience and my observation of kids I work with in the Boy Scouts, I strongly believe in the value of both sports and competition for youth development. I've been advocating for the Edison Field proposal for 16 months. During those 16 months, I've seen the lawn signs, listened to the statements of, and read the letter to the editors of the people who disagree with my position. I believe they are sincere in their opinions. However, I disagree with their conclusions, especially as to the environmental safety of artificial turf, which I am confident is both safe and needed. I would like us just to remember one thing. No nation in the world and no state in the United States has ever banned artificial turf. It's improving yearly. People are saying it's not improving fast enough. I'm confident that the board and the town council will act responsibly, and I ask you to vote in favor of the shared services agreement. Thank you very much for your effort on this, and I'd also like to express my personal admiration of Mr. Hertel, who spoke earlier. He's been a wonderful advocate for our town. Thank you very much. Please vote in favor of this.
Thank you.
Spencer Hantman. So I'm a student athlete going to Edison next year, and my mom started a girls' flag football league with over hundreds of kids, and now since it started, every single day she's getting emails from tens of parents, like a couple parents every day saying they want to join the league. But they can't come in the league. We do not have the field space. We have max people on every single team, and we still don't have enough space. Next year, I'm going to be going to Edison, and there is no field to play at. I just came from soccer, and we have to share like 4/4 or 1/8 of a field with many other teams, and I just think that's super unfair for the teams. like the field space, we need more field space because of that. We need more opportunity. It leads to opportunity. People coming here, like the PAL, they start many, many leagues for different things, but we do not have enough field space. They close, they have people waiting to come on the teams for next year. You have to go like really soon to like get on the teams. But there's people that never get on the teams because of field space. We need more field space.
Hi, good evening. Nuno Rodriguez, 1219 Boulevard. Good to see everyone again this evening. Just have a couple of notes here that I'm just going to read. First and foremost, I want to remind everyone that's coming up here and talking about the residential neighborhood. I completely agree. But we have to add to that it's additionally an academic neighborhood. Edison, Kaler Field, this high school is all extremely close to one another. It's a neighborhood that is, in fact, residential, academic, and athletic. We can't leave that part out. That's what the neighborhood is. If you draw a circle around it within a quarter of a mile or so, that's what you're going to get. I take offense to the comments that this entire procedure has been back-channeled. I've been attending these meetings. I've been quite engaged both on social media and here with my opinions. I applaud everyone else's opinions as well. But you can't have an opinion and then say that this is back-channeled and you don't know what's going on. I find that to be a pretty big discrepancy. This agreement, licensing, shared services, whatever we end up calling it at the end of the day, is made by you, by our elected officials, both on the Board of Ed side and on the Town Council side. And we need to allow you to do your duty and to do your jobs. And we have to trust you that you're doing that based on sound decisions. Additional analysis and kicking this can down the road is just simply unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. I have tremendous empathy for the folks that are up here talking about carcinogens and things of that nature. It has touched my family as well. And I am no chemist. However, I just want to remind everyone that based on my own brief analysis and research, the PFAS mentioned exist in eye makeup, dental floss, Tupperware, cookware, and this waterproof jacket, and all of your waterproof items that you're about to put on as winter takes grip. Don't believe me? Google it. Please vote yes for all the necessary and proven reasons that the highest and best use for Westfield is lighted turf. It was noted earlier that this has been a 20-year deficiency, and tonight you can end that awful record of inadequacy. Please vote yes.
Thank you.
Steve Kircher, 791 Knollwood Terrace. I stood before the Board of Ed many months ago and spoke about playing on turf from my past experience as a collegiate athlete and shared with you that the NFL Players Association stands against turf and that FIFA will no longer play the World Cup moving forward after the games coming up on artificial turf. I hope the student athletes in the room tonight are listening and paying attention. On November 12th, in a document I sent to all of you, Travis Kelce, arguably one of the best tight ends in NFL, came out with his brother against turf and had the following commentary. The following words are his, unedited, except for the expletive at the end. Take care of your players, man. It's so ridiculous, my feeling my body after a game on turf than the feeling of my body after a game on grass, the Kansas City Chiefs tight end said on his podcast this week. I can only imagine if the game I just played against Tennessee was on turf, like I barely walked out of that thing. And I know it's magnified by 10 whenever I play on turf. Every single time in the fourth quarter, you feel it in your knees, your joints, your ankles, at least just for me. I hate playing on turf. I think it's silly. The tight end that keeps track of his game, he plays on turf before the season so he can mentally prepare himself. He added, I do not play around with this SH ... Think of me and others who reject this project based upon facts, figures, well-esteemed colleagues with PhDs and experience in the field, what you will. He's a professional athlete. He's an expert. He plays on it every day of his career. He knows his body and everything that impacts his body. It's his career. It's how he pays his bills. Add to that the flawed CME study, which falsified the financials of the project and inflated the cost of this project. I implore you to vote against it. If this were about field capacity, we could have had many professionally built, maintained grass fields a year ago at much less cost, approximately $1.6 million. As BOE members, residents, and taxpayers, you have the awesome responsibility and opportunity to play an overweighted role with extraordinary power to vote down this project. If despite all the counterfactual and logical arguments set forth before you, you still agree to this project, at least demand a fair value for the land. Remember the very conservative number I detailed at the last meeting of $517,000 per year. Please do not give away a valuable asset and then come back in 2 to 3 months and ask taxpayers for more money. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Greg Lundberg, 528 Grove Street. Thank you for adding the shared services agreement to the agenda yesterday. There are several aspects of the agreement that I find to be unclear. In the introduction, there's quite a bit of talk about how this is the most cost-effective or in the best interest of residents or for the purpose of reducing property taxes. There is clear disagreement within the town council on the finances of this project. I'm sure you've seen the discourse between Councilman Contract and Councilwoman Habgood last week. Proponents hide behind CME's analysis and overlook the flawed assumptions regarding construction and maintenance costs, playable hours, and lifespan of artificial turf. CME used the best case assumptions for artificial turf and the worst case assumptions for natural grass. They hide behind the cost per playable hour as the metric to compare costs, even when CME's flawed cost figures show that natural grass is 22% less expensive on an absolute basis. When normalizing the assumptions to some sort of a midpoint, rather than the extremes that natural grass is competitive on a cost per playable hour basis and less than half the cost on an absolute basis. So how is this project saving taxpayers money and reducing property taxes? Isn't that what this agreement is meant to deliver? Section 5 states the town shall bear responsibility and liability for maintenance, upkeep, and use of the shared facility. To what standards will the facility be maintained? How will user safety be guaranteed? It's not clear in the agreement. Section 7 states the school district shall have scheduling preference for the use of the shared facility. Does that mean it can be used for school activities until lights out, if that's what your need is? If so, what does the town get out of this? And if not, how much benefit are you really going to realize? Not more hours of practice. Council members have made vague statements that recyclable, PFAS-free and crumb rubber-free products are available based on claims from unregulated turf suppliers. How will the suppliers' claims be verified? Where is the commitment that these materials will even be used for this project? What happens when the EPA determines that these products are not safe and have to be remediated? Who pays for that? Maybe the biggest omission is what happens at the end of the agreement. Does the town hand a worn-out field over to you requiring millions of dollars of replacement and remediation cost? These are some of the questions that I believe should be addressed before voting on this agreement. And that's all I could fit into 3 minutes. There's a lot more in the agreement than that.
Thank you, Mr. Lundberg.
Good evening. I'm Russ Howell. I live at 746 Prospect Street. I'm the vice chair of the town's Recreation Commission. I chair the Fields Committee of the Commission, and I've been involved with this proposed project from the beginning. First, I'd like to state my appreciation for all of your service, which is fundamentally about the great kids of this great town. That is why I chose to get involved as well, and I know what you do is often thankless and not easy. I also know you've been sincerely seeking facts and doing your own diligence and deliberations on this very important project. So I won't take much of your time, but in case you're not already aware, I'm compelled to address one specific contention that I hear being erroneously and repeatedly thrown around. The assertion there will be 75,000 square feet of extra or unused turf is false. The objection was raised over a year ago by the Neighbors Advisory Group, with whom we sat down multiple times. One of the purposes of that forum was to be able to mutually focus the conversation about concerns, address the concerns, and have the Neighborhood Advisory Group socialize those discussions back to other neighbors. As you know all too well, it's challenging to have a constructive dialogue in a forum like this one. Unfortunately, on this point, and numerous others it seems, our feedback in those discussions was not socialized as we'd hoped and agreed. The facts about the 75,000 square feet are very simple, I think probably obvious to most of us who understand youth sports as well. The town recreational user groups and school teams intend to use that space extensively for practice space, and certain of them will be able to use it for competitive space as well. Examples you see around town frequently, if you're looking, include Westfield soccer, who can often have 4 to 6 teams of younger players practicing on a single rectangular field, or flag football, who we heard from tonight, who fit 7 rectangular playing fields into multiple concurrent rec games into the outfields of Tamaqua Fields 1 and 2 alone. Stated more colloquially, when I shared our assumptions about the usage hours for the unlined space with the gentleman who does all the field scheduling for Westfield Soccer's 2,000 plus athletes, he stated that I had notably understated hours of use and, quote, "will use the heck out of that space." It's also worth noting from our first conversations with Spiesel, who did the conceptual design work, we've had the design time option on that space to paint half field practice lining for field hockey, for lacrosse, for soccer, and or full field youth soccer, all at a cost of about $15,000. Design time decision if we want to do it. Those are the facts. The facts matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Jen Crawford, 795 Knollwood Terrace. I'm not a PhD, I'm a mom. My kid goes to Edison. I keep hearing we have to think about the kids. No one's talking about the Edison kids. Most of you, I think all of you, don't have kids that will go through Edison anymore. The town council doesn't have kids that are going to Edison. The majority of people in this room have graduated Edison and have had the benefit of playing on grass. And what we're making a decision here is that all of the future kids coming through Edison will never have recess on grass again. And for me, all I keep hearing tonight is it's yes, it's no, it's yes, it's no. There has to be something that we can do. We have fields all over. No, we don't have enough fields. I understand we can't create fields, but we can absolutely optimize the fields that we have, and we are not doing that today. And as someone with kids that play, and I've always said we don't have fields, I drive around, there's fields open all the time. We're not maximizing them. And when I was on the advisory council, we said, how many hours do we need? What are we looking for? We just need more. Well, that's not how you do a math problem. This is a math problem. This is an optimization problem. How do we just figure out what we need and how to best use all these fields? There are scheduling models. There are all different modelings that people can use. We've not looked at any of it. We just keep saying it doesn't matter, we need something. And I 100% agree we need something. But that doesn't mean just take everything away from one school and say, oh, you know what, you kids have to deal with it. At the town council meeting, we heard, you know what, we're going to get more grass fields. Don't worry. Edison will be turfed, Tamaqua will be turfed, and then everybody else will improve the grass fields. Well, that's great. But why are the Edison kids the sacrificial lambs that have to sit there and never have grass while everybody else gets beautiful grass at their schools? It's not fair. And again, I want more fields. I want to work with people. Put a team together. I will sit there and spend hours and hours telling you how to better utilize these fields. Doing Edison is not going to fix the problem. Everybody thinks they're getting Edison. It's one field. I mean, it's a small area. We're still not going to solve the problem. So please think about this holistically. Think about this as a total town problem. I swear I will put everything I need to figure out how to maximize these fields. And for the girls' sports that need more fields, we should also look at the boys' sports. We need to figure out the boys have a lot more time than the girls, so that's another thing we should be looking at too. This is not a yes or no thing. This is something that we can all work together and we can find a solution together. Please just, I'm not saying yes or no, just recognize there are other things that we can do here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jean Lemberg, 528 Grove Street. 7 town council members used flawed assumptions to justify their votes in favor of a shared services agreement that will deny EIS students of their right to easily accessible green space. The 7 based their vote on the CME report, which failed to provide a comprehensive review of all town fields and ignored the contribution of artificial turf to climate change and microplastic pollution. The 7 think natural grass is a luxury that might be possible after artificial turf fields are installed at EIS and Tamaulipas Park. In fact, natural grass is a necessity. Unlike artificial turf, which creates heat islands and off-gases CO2 and methane, natural grass has a cooling effect and acts as a carbon sink. The 7 sent a clear message that Southside students and residents are second-class citizens who do not deserve the same natural grass schoolyards and passive-use parks that surround Northside residents. The 7 claim artificial turf exists that is made from recycled plastic with non-detectable levels of PFAS, which will be recycled when it wears out. That product only exists in marketing brochures and press releases that have not been verified by science or reality. No government agency has determined that artificial turf is safe. There are no safe levels of PFAS. There are no artificial turf recycling facilities in the US. What does exist are slick salespeople who bend the truth to make a sale because they work in the totally unregulated artificial turf industry. The WHS Junior Research Project teaches students to distinguish between reputable and subpar sources of information. Why haven't town officials developed that same skill? In March, I asked if the parents of current and future EIS students received a letter informing them about the Edison Field project. My question went unanswered. 8 months have passed, and Southside parents still have not had any communication from school administrators about the turf project. However, the 7 said Dr. Gonzalez's participation was vital to getting the turf field proposal approved. Why did he engage with the town council and not the Southside parents? Who is responsible for putting him in this uncomfortable position? In voting yes, the 7 abandoned the town's commitment to sustainable practices and preserving our environment for generations yet to come. They made a mockery of the student learning standards that require climate change to be taught across all content areas. Please stand up for all of Westfield's current and future students by voting no to the shared services agreement. Thank you for your service to the community and to Westfield's children.
Thank you.
Good evening. Yanchun Song, 361 Oranda Circle. I'd like to refute a few claims that I heard tonight. One is that the gentleman claimed that there has been no ban of these artificial fields. That's not true. On August 30th this year, the European Commission published its long-awaited proposal to restrict the placing on the market of microplastic products, and the infields of turf fields fall under that category. And also, I agree with that lady before me. I just don't understand why all these sports students and also the parents, they ignore that we have so many fields, but they're just have never been well maintained. They have not been invested sufficiently. And even taking the flawed CME report, turf fields for Edison with lighting for over 30 years is going to cost more than $12.5 million. But grass fields with lighting also is going to cost $10 million. So that's $2.5 million difference over 30 years. Why can we not invest more and make better maintenance of these existing plastic grass fields? And I didn't plan to come here because I expect you to approve this plan no matter what. However, for the second time over the past 2 months, I heard our high school students claim that natural grass fields, it causes more detrimental effect than artificial fields. And artificial field is more sustainable. To say the least, I find that unfathomable. In this age of environmental consciousness, how could our students, our future, claim that? If they really believe that, you should go home tonight, insist to your parents, and tell them, we want to rip off our grass field from our lawn, your own home, and replace them with turf fields. Until you do that, I will not believe that you're telling the truth. And I just felt uncomfortable hearing the applaud after that claim. And at the end, I want to say, I know that this is probably a go ahead no matter what, but I want you to consider an alternative instead of voting yes on this plan, because I don't feel it's fair for the north side residents to continuously having to drive down north for several miles every time they need a turf field, okay, the more sustainable turf field. And all the turf fields will be aggregated on the south side. And why don't you look at Roosevelt School instead of Edison? I measured this from the Google map.
Thank you.
Roosevelt has enough space compared to Edison.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joyce Fartukian, 9 Doors Parkway. We all care about our children, and we want to support their sports activities. That's clear. And we all agree that field capacity is wanted and needed. But honing in on one rushed, very expensive, and very poor plan in an already congested area is not the answer. Perhaps you Board of Ed members think that this shared services agreement will provide a great cooperation at little or no cost to the Board of Ed for the Edison property that you are entrusted to guard. What it is, rather, is an exclusive agreement between the Board of Ed and the Town Council. It's not the town. Certainly not we citizens. We have been shut out of voting, first by a master plan, which was cherry-picked and then put aside, instead for a lease deal, and then that was put aside. And then there was a final hour switcheroo shared services agreement. And all of that was behind closed doors at such a huge cost, and we have no vote. It's not right. It's wrong. Don't let the mayor bully the Board of Ed into doing the wrong thing. Instead, do the right thing. Work on a better plan. You can do it. And vote no.
Thank you.
Emily Kennedy. I am a two-sport athlete, field hockey and lacrosse. Every day, September and October after school, I would go to the backfield. It was not attended. It was not mowed. It was not lined. It was not raked. It was nothing. We would play with divots all over the field. We would have no healthy field. Whenever there was a game at Keller Field, there would be 4 teams at the backfield. 8th grade field hockey, freshman, JV, and varsity. There would be no space at all. If we had extra fields, all of us would get extra playing time. Varsity would be able to prepare for states, counties, sectionals way more than they were able to. There was nowhere to have an actual practice. Whenever they were there, we would do small games, small drills, but there was no place to do actual drills. Whenever 8th grade field hockey had a game, freshman field hockey would be stuck in the corner or not have a practice at all. That would mean we would not be able to prepare for our games in order to play a nice game. We couldn't get Kayla at all because it was occupied. Many sports in the fall didn't get turf time at all, like football. They didn't get turf time for weeks because many other sports would get that time instead. If we had extra fields, many teams would be able to practice for their state sectionals and county games. So I hope you vote in favor of these fields.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Babbitt. I'm an adaptive PE teacher and field hockey coach and former girls track and field coach here in Westfield. I've had the privilege of teaching and coaching the students here in Westfield for 38 years. There's been a need for fields since my arrival in the fall of 1984. There were discussion about, Mr. Hertel said it earlier, we've been talking about turf forever. However, over the years, our numbers have increased, our participation has gone up in terms of athletics. We have a phenomenal marching band who also needs space. In short, 38 years later, the student athletes and the marching band members are still waiting. They're waiting for you to step up for them. These kids are committed to be the best they can be, and given our tradition of excellence here in Westfield, they get it done. It's your turn to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm David Contract. I'm actually here as a resident and the Ward 3 councilman. I live at 565 Shakamaxon. I've actually never spoken at a Board of Ed meeting, so this is an interesting experience for me. I wanted to speak to you. I'm not going to reiterate what I said last week at the council meeting, but I just wanted to point out residents have spoken to me about who have not been here tonight. You've heard about all the concerns. I think it's really important for the board to recognize there are other options available to this community that have not been explored. You hear the students who want fields, and they're right. We need fields. This entire town and Board of Ed have basically not fulfilled their responsibility to take care of our fields. For 20 some odd years, Mr. Hertel talked about it. We should step back and figure out with the money that's being talked about, how do we maximize incremental playing hours? I implore you to look at the numbers. This field does not deliver the most incremental playing hours to this town. There are better options available. I've developed an alternative plan, right? We could save money and deliver more hours. That's what these student athletes want. They would put a turf field on East Broad Street if you were voting on that. We should step back and say, what is the best use of this money to deliver against the goal of the sports leagues, the goal of the residents, better fields across this town? It's going to have to probably include turf, lights, grass. It hasn't been looked at. I've been arguing that we should be looking at all viable options for the last 16 months. It hasn't happened. I didn't succeed. But you have an opportunity to succeed tonight where I failed. And I think if you actually tabled this and we put a shared team together to look at every option, we will actually do what the residents truly want. We'll save money, deliver more hours, and we'll actually all be heroes because we're doing the right thing. Don't let expedience get in the way of doing the right thing. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contract.
Good evening. My name's Jay Cook. I've been a resident here since 1986. I also have 2 children and a lovely wife. We live at 135 Vernon Terrace in Westfield. I'm also a proud coach, former Westfield Blue Devil. Nobody, I think, is prouder to be a Westfield Blue Devil and to be from Westfield. One thing I think that we're neglecting here is each and every one of those kids that are in the back there, who excel both on the field, off the field, in the classroom, outside of the classroom. And what we're asking for them to do is to practice on facilities that are not up to par as their abilities. We have kids going out and playing college sports every single year. We just had our signing day yesterday, and we have more that are be signing in the spring. And the facilities that we have for them are not adequate enough for them to be able to perfect their craft. What we're depriving them of is valuable repetitions every single day, every time that the field floods, every time that the field rains. And that is development time. That would be like you saying to a student, hey, you can't read today when you go home. We give them homework. The same thing. We need practice time in order to do that. And we've been doing it, and we've been winning ShopRite Cups and winning state championships in spite of that. Imagine if they did have the things that they actually needed. And the unfortunate part with all this is, as a coach, I think every coach can echo this, the hardest part of a coach is having to cut a kid and telling a kid that has done everything that you've asked them that it's not going to work out for them and that they can't continue to do something that they love. And that young girl who came up here, that's what we're doing to so many young kids, is we're telling them that they cannot continue. Sorry, they're going to have to find another outlet to do something that they love, that they can do with their friends, and that they can build relationships. I met my best friend, the godfather of my children, on those fields right there. Best man in my wedding. How many of them are going to miss the opportunity to have the best man at their wedding, their godfather, their children, okay, be with them the rest of their life? We talk about social and emotional learning. What is that doing to them by depriving them of practice time to be along with their classmates, to get better along as a group? And then we want them in turn to stay here in Westfield. Why? We have to give them the facilities that encourage them to be here. Because we have the people, we're doing it already. We have the coaches. What we need is the facilities, and that falls on you. That's where we're asking for your help. Help us, help them. We ask them, or I talk about expectations with them. They expect certain things of me, I expect certain things of them, and now we expect certain things of you. Please help us in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kristen Wilson, 13 Normandy Drive. I'll be super fast. I wasn't actually planning on speaking tonight, but just listening to everything, I kind of feel like I may be in the position that you guys might feel you're in. I have 2 kids in high school, and I also have a little guy who's at Tamaqua. So I completely understand the high school kids, like they need more fields, they deserve more fields. But I also have this little guy who's going to go to Edison one day, and those kids also deserve to have a nice schoolyard. They deserve to have grass. So I know it's a tough situation, but I just wanted to echo what the councilman said and what some of the other people said, that maybe this isn't the night to make this decision. Maybe there is a better solution that would benefit the high school kids and give them what they so badly need, but also take a look at these kids.
All right, going once, going twice. All right, seeing nobody else come to the podium, the public comment session is now closed. There will be another public comment session towards the end of the meeting once we go through our action agenda. All right, I ask the board to approve the minutes of the October 18th, 2022 board meeting and the executive session minutes for the same. Thank you, Amy. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. All right, Sahar, governance.
I move that the board vote on items A and B of tonight's agenda. Can I get a second? Mary?
Sahar Aziz,
Yes.
Robin Accio,
Yes.
Mike Beelan,
Yes.
Brendan Galligan,
Yes.
Leila Morelli,
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root,
Yes.
Kristen Sonic-Schmelz,
Yes.
Mary Wiggins.
Yes.
Thank you. Sonal?
I'd like to move personnel items A through V and adding
item B, which is to appoint Dr. Jill Sack to replace Dr. Mark Buno as McKinley EIS interim principal, effective 1/2/23. Can I have a second? Amy?
Ready for a vote? Sahar Aziz?
Yes.
Rob Bonaccio?
Hold on. Dr. Gonzalez.
Just wanted to, just for the purpose of discussion, I did want to take the opportunity to comment on the additional item that was added this evening. Prior to this meeting, the Board of Education met in an executive session to meet with Dr. Sack directly. As we recognize that leadership transitions are important in any situation, I wanted to make sure that we took the opportunity to work closely with the administration and to ensure that we had the best opportunity to conduct a thorough search for a replacement for Dr. Buno and to keep the work of McKinley Elementary School moving in the positive direction. Dr. Sack comes to us as a seasoned educator and a seasoned educational leader with decades of experience, most recently in the Montclair public school system. Dr. Sack is committed to working in conjunction with Dr. Buno over the next several weeks before his departure at the end of December to ensure a successful and smooth transition. This will allow us the opportunity to ensure that McKinley Elementary School will be in good hands for the remainder of the school year while we conduct that thorough search and identify the next candidate who will be able to take the reins effective July 1st and once again continue the work that has taken place this year. So I just wanted to provide some context regarding the motion as it is something that we've been working on over the past several weeks to ensure a smooth transition of leadership at McKinley.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Any other questions or comments on personnel matters? Do we have any retirements to address? All right. Dana?
Want to start that over?
Yes.
Sahar Aziz?
Yes.
Rob Bonaccio?
Yes.
Mike Beelan?
Yes.
Brendan Galligan?
Yes.
Layla Morelli? Sonal Patel?
Yes.
Amy Root?
Yes.
Kristen Sonic-Schmeltz?
Yes.
Mary Wickens?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, now I'm going to take over for Mike and ask the board to approve finance item number A. This is the shared service agreement between the town and the Board of Education for Edison Fields. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sahar. Now we're going to open it up to debate, question, comments from the board. Rob, please.
I'd actually like to make an alternate motion before we get to this and make a motion to table item A. There are a number of concerns that...
Rob, before you debate, you need a second.
Sure. Sorry about that.
All right, Mary is seconded.
Sorry about that.
Now you can...
I saw the wave and I said.
Yeah.
So, I hate notes. So, I want to make sure that before we start voting on something, everybody understands exactly what it is that we're getting. And the negative for me on this proposal itself is how it's been presented from the start, which is an all or nothing. Which means you vote for it, something happens. You vote against it, and there's nothing left to work from. I think that's what's driving a lot of the concerns here is, well, if we don't do this, what do we do, right? Something is better than nothing, right? We've got to start somewhere. I get that. We had years ago a Tamacos Park plan to work with. And I'm not going to comment on what it was and what it wasn't, but the reason that plan was shelved 6 years ago was because, and I think the reasoning, or at least the concept was correct, is we weren't dreaming big enough, right? What was put together was not dreaming big enough for what the needs of our community were. And I haven't quite figured out how after 16 months of this, we've gone from I'm not dreaming big enough to, well, we got to do something. We've had a relatively short window to discuss the CME report with the town. Right? We've had meetings with the town administrator to discuss some of our concerns with that report. My fellow board members were there. So I just want to make sure people understand what it is that we're getting, all right? There are folks coming up here talking about needing fields immediately, and we do, okay? I coach 3-4 different sports. I drive my kid to play soccer. I did it last night in 38 degrees to play soccer in Rahway. I'll do it every day, right? A vote on this, yes, means for the next 2 to 3 years, I'm still doing that. Doesn't fix that problem. For a group of students who are standing here saying, I'm planning on playing on fields right now that are utterly inadequate, they'll see this field, but probably at their 5-year high school reunion. I can't have a plan. Saying no to this plan means we don't have anything else to work with. And that's why I'm making this motion to table. We have a council person who took his time to come here today and talk about an alternative plan that he has. And I've had the chance to speak with him about that plan. Now, if anyone sat back and thought that Rob Bonaccio and David Contract, given where we probably are on a policy basis, would come together on something, I would have told you you were nuts. But the alternative to that is if Rob Bonaccio and David Contract can come together on something, we better really think that through, okay? And David has put together a lot of great thoughts to figure out how to get fields not 3 years from now, but to start that process now. How to increase capacity, not in this this chain link fashion, right? What we were told, because I asked of the town administrator, I asked of CME, and much of this hasn't come out. Yet another reason why I would like this to be tabled. When do we expect this project to be completed? 2025, if you're lucky, was the answer. And I know that to be correct because I'm in commercial real estate and development for a living. There is no way on this earth we are getting through all those environmental concerns, dealing with the creek, dealing with, and forget, I'm not even talking about turf, is it good or is it bad? I mean the actual work to do this project. It's not happening in 2 years. I asked $9 million, is it the cost? I was told, Rob, you know that's not right. You do this stuff from our town. We know it's not. To do just the materials cost and the labor cost and have that sit for years is going to be a significant percentage increase. A significant percentage increase. It's just not possible. And I can't have a group of folks coming here saying, I need something right away, I need us to go right now, and risk, frankly, voting down something without having the ability to provide an alternative. But Rob, that's not what we were offered. You're right, it wasn't. I sat on our Finance and Facilities Committee. I had about 3 or 4 different discussions with the town. And we asked, multiple board members here asked, can't we do something else? Can't we make this more comprehensive? What about the other fields? What about the other fields that this board has that I will 100% agree with everyone here have been neglected for far too long, for a quarter of a century? You don't solve a quarter century's worth of neglect by taking one plan, saying you cannot consider anything else and take it or leave it. It's not right for our students. It's not right. If I'm a steward for this district, it's not right for them. I wouldn't recommend one of my clients sign this agreement. And if I can't recommend that to my clients, I sure, as the sky is blue and the grass or the turf is green, cannot recommend that this board go through it. We can do better. We have people who can do better. Councilman Contract said, let's get a group of people together. I'm not going to stand up here and mouth off about it. I'm going to work on it with them tomorrow. Quite frankly, probably whether we vote on this or not, one way or the other, because we can do better. I don't want folks leaving here thinking that you're going to walk out and all of a sudden there's going to be a shovel in the ground. We've let this sit for far too long to have a solution that isn't as creative as it could be. We haven't taken care of the fields we've had. That's on us. We haven't taken care of the town's rec fields. That's on them. And honestly, hearing some of the people who've been responsible for that over the course of the years talk to us about what we need to do right now is a little disconcerting to me, quite frankly. So we have an opportunity. And I'm not willing to waste it on an all or nothing vote, which is why I'm suggesting we table this and get it the right way. Let's talk about the district for a little bit too. There is a strategic planning process going on in this district. And one of the most inefficient ways to handle a strategic planning process is to saddle it with something that you can't get around. We're about to commit a piece of district property or a portion of district property to a 30-year agreement despite the fact that we're going to be strategically planning for what our fields and facilities ought to look like down the road. Doesn't make much sense from a sequential perspective. I took a look at the document. I mean, just the document itself has its own inconsistencies. It's inconsistent with the letter of intent that started this process. The letter of intent that started this process has a paragraph in it that says the board is supposed to be able to get out of this agreement in the year if, in the course of its planning process, it finds alternate uses for the property. Doesn't have that in the shared services agreement. It's inconsistent about 4 or 5 different places, and I've got the analysis if you want it. I don't think anybody wants to hear me talk much more about that. The agreement itself is circular. The agreement can be terminated for the reasons set forth in Section 1. Read Section 1 of the agreement. There are no reasons there. Nobody hit accept changes on the, it's a red line for goodness sake. And we're going to vote on it now when we have a willing partner and a councilman, when we have a broader ability to get some things done that are actually going to solve the problem, that are actually going to get the students who stood up there maybe some fields to actually play on before they graduate. Because I'll tell you now, my kid who's in soccer, she's 7th grade, she's not going to be playing on any of these fields herself. I'm still over the net. We'll vote on this today, and I'll be driving her to turf tomorrow. Because we're not taking the time to really think this through. This board, watch us pass a curriculum. Watch us pass a policy. You're going to see the policy coming up. Policy goes through committee. Policy is presented to the board. Policy is then published in an agenda. The public has a notice period to look at a policy or a curriculum. They then come to the meeting. We have a special, as we just went through, a specially dedicated period of public comment to give thoughts on those policies and those curricula. The board then votes, but they don't vote to accept it. We vote to advance it to the next meeting. We vote to move forward with it. And 3, sometimes 4 weeks later, depending on the schedule, that has time to ruminate, questions get time to be asked, and we go through that same process again. That same process again before there's a second vote to make it happen. And I'm going to take 60% of a schoolyard. Let's remember what this started out as. I'm going to take 60% of a schoolyard. We're going to dispose of it like that. We can't. It's just not responsible as far as I'm concerned. I can't go with an all or nothing proposal. And my proposal here, my motion here, isn't to say let's drag this out a little farther. It's let's do this right. Because if it's a yes, it's a yes. We still haven't solved our problem. If it's a no, it's a no. We've got nothing else to work with. And that just doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense to me. So my motion, thank you for seconding, is to table it. And there's, I'm sure I'll have more to say if it doesn't pass, but that's where I am right now.
Can I speak to my seconding of the
Sure.
tabling?
Anything
Okay.
related to tabling?
Okay. Again, having Rob and I agree on something is also very rare. But in terms of giving the public a chance to hear of what we learned in the question and answer periods with the CME, just what makes me reserved about not giving this more time to breathe and not giving more time for other people that might not know what we were able to ask and get answers to that evening. One gentleman brought up about the pilot money. So the shared service agreement says bond. We were told in our meeting, well, how is it going to be paid for? Because as a school board member, I'm concerned with going into April, and we're likely going to put a percentage out there which will raise taxes. Like, what does that mean in terms of this project? So we got a couple different answers. Pilot money could be a bond. We don't know when. I asked, will taxes increase? We don't know. Then I asked about, because the mayor and John Mackey brought up recycled turf, using turf that was able to be recycled. We don't know if we can do that. We'll do that if it's fiscally responsible. So we're getting two different answers. Will we be able to get middle school sports? That's unknown because, one, we don't know about how the field's going to be distributed between the sports in the schools, and 2, On our end, we have a financial burden of getting coaches that we can pay to do those positions. We also asked, if we do the turf, because we were told, having another turf field would give us an opportunity to get other grass fields remediated and done. And so we asked, are we promised that, if we do this, we're going to be getting turf field, some grass fields fixed for us, as something else we can share as a service. This is also unknown, and correct me if I'm wrong that I'm not doing that right. The other thing I have reservations about is we have been giving other plans by the town in 2020 of other fields. I don't know why they weren't considered. The Elm Street field is there, if you want to turf that. The high school field is not in that plan, that's somewhere else. The Tamaqua field, according to the mayor, is eminent. I don't know how we can go through a decision that could very well affect us very heavily financially on everyone in this room without knowing what that plan is. So for me, I don't feel comfortable, as Rob said, when we go through twice the amount of time on a curriculum item or a policy item, and we're able to speak about this once together of what we all learned and what questions we all had, because we were in 2 separate meetings with CME. So we, if we meet together, that has to be public. So we haven't been able to do that until tonight. So that's another reason why I seconded the motion and hope that we can have more time, and hope the other board members agree.
Any other comments from board members on tabling? All right. Dana, on the motion to
So
table?
we're clear, right, so we're voting on the motion to table the motion, or the approval. Zahar Aziz,
No.
Rob Bonaccio,
Yes.
Mike Beelan,
Per board attorney guidance, I recuse myself from the vote.
Brendan Galligan,
No.
Layla Morelli,
No.
Sonal Patel,
I abstain.
Amy Root,
No.
Kristen Sonic-Schmelz,
No.
Mary Wickens.
Yes.
All right, the motion to table has failed, and now we will resume debate on the shared service agreement itself. Kristen?
Yes. So I actually have some questions that I would like addressed before we vote. I'm going to address it to Dr. Gonzalez and or Dana. If the Edison Field project passes this evening, can you please describe how this project would fit into the bigger picture for the district?
The bigger picture, can you be more specific?
Bigger picture for our fields, let's go with that. Like, how do you see it helping the district? I feel like we haven't really spoken about it. People think, I get the impression that some people think it's Edison or nothing. How do we envision this helping us?
Sure. I think in many cases that our opportunity to use a turf field as a means to help remediate our other fields presents the opportunity whereby the turf field allows us to take other fields offline while allowing the turf field to remain online for use by our athletics teams. Currently, in order to rotate field usage, we wouldn't have that option available to us because all of our fields are subject to the same environmental impact of erosion and rain that would impact the ability for the athletics department to be able to schedule practices or even games. Once you introduce a surface like turf, that opens up the opportunities for our athletics department to be able to schedule practices more efficiently and be able to use that additional time gained, even in inclement weather, to be able to address other field issues. Without a doubt, the conversations that we've had up to this point, and since my arrival, I think, and unanimously this evening, have confirmed the need for addressing our fields, certainly as a community, but without a doubt as a school district. I think if this were to move forward, we would certainly take full advantage of the opportunity to incorporate a turf field into a rotation that would allow us to address other fields' improvements over the course of time. But I also want to indicate that that's something that this board and administration would have to discuss and consider as we prepare budgets each and every year. These are not decisions that automatically result in improvements and enhancements because there's going to be a financial obligation that we need to consider as a school district, along with everything else that is certainly going to be before us. But it certainly presents an opportunity for us to factor that into our planning for field improvements down the road, provided that we have those resources, fiscal resources available to us.
And can I respond to that?
I was just going to say thank you.
Oh, okay.
Very polite.
And I agree, and hearing it from the town and from other sports people, that a turf field, hopefully it's in a different place, but a turf field would help us rotate, the grass fields and maintain them. What I'm having a hard time with is, we have to put it in the budget, and I think we're already pretty concerned that just keeping what we have is going to be difficult, even if we increase. And I don't see how we can ask for more than that when we just got through cutting the arts to do something like that, and cutting teachers to make, rotating fields a priority. And that's why we were asking, like, the town if they had any other options in a shared agreement to help us maintain those grass fields.
Can I comment on that? Sorry. This is a really, this is not a black and white issue. It's not a black and white debate. We've been talking about this since our class joined the board. And, we've had people coming here for months talking about the pros and cons of this. But what you said is exactly, at least where I'm coming from, what you said is exactly my concern. We don't have the money. And this is the way of moving our district forward, moving the capacity for fields forward that was presented to us. That's not going to cost us anything. I don't necessarily think that it's a flawless plan, but there is not, as far as I can see, and I've spoke to David Contract as well, and I think that ideally it would be amazing for us to sit down and come up with this ideal plan. How many months is that going to take? How much longer is this going to happen? We're talking about, so many years where things have not been done, and we need to listen to the kids. And I think that's where it's a less divisive opinion. Every kid is coming and saying, we need the fields. I'm getting home at 11 o'clock at night. So that's where
those are the town kids.
The town kids, yes.
Yeah, the town kids. I'm here for the school and the students at the school. The students at the school need practice fields.
Yes.
Yes.
And they'll be using them for practice
Yes, they will
fields.
be using them. And I don't agree that that is the only option. And I don't agree that since we already have, and kudos to the sports teams. I was on a sports team in Westfield, and the coaches also, because they do this, and the parents, for getting them ready to be such a championship group of students that we have. I just don't think the plan right now we have is the best plan we can give in terms of increasing more fields that we can use later.
I hear your concern, and my concern is, and I know that we talked about this, it's all or nothing. My concern is it will be nothing, and we have no financial.
I don't agree with that. You think the town is going to say, no, we're not going to help you at all.
I think this is the plan that we're being presented with, and that's the one we have to vote on. That's my opinion.
I think the town needs our fields to help their entire vision. And I think we have more say in what they're allowing us to do and how they're allowing us to collaborate.
Can I
I think that
interject
would be
for a minute?
great. I don't see that.
Okay.
From
Can
what
I
we've
interject for a
experienced.
minute? Sorry, just to, this has been a really hard decision for me too. And I think ultimately what came down to was originally I was thinking about this as from the town perspective. As a resident, sitting at the Board of Education, I have to think about it from the school perspective. And that's ultimately what shifted me. From the school perspective, I do think that this is an excellent plan. From the town perspective, I think it's a good plan. Is it flawless? No. But I think we need to move forward.
Amy, go ahead.
Yeah, a phrase that I like as well is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think this is a really good plan for our schools. I think we've heard from our staff, we've heard from our administrators, we've heard from our student athletes that this location does make good sense for our students and for our student athletes and for our marching band people. It's the resident who said, you know, this is, yes, it's a residential neighborhood, but it's also a scholastic neighborhood. It's an academic neighborhood. This is where we have a high concentration of schools. I agree, and with that comes traffic and activity, and I understand that the neighbors who have concerns about the changes that may come as a result of what we need to do. But we have a high concentration of students who need to use this space here, and I think this is a good plan for those students and for the district.
Rob, go ahead.
So I want to get some of the data out that is underlying some of the expectations here. And I know this because I asked when we met with the town. My first question was, all right, this is great. How much capacity is the school district going to get when we do this field? How much, what are the capacity numbers that are going to increase for our students and our student athletes? And the answer to that question from the town was zero. Zero. That's it. You can nod your head all you want. It's in there. It's in their own presentation. It's literally in their own slide that we get no extra capacity from it. The capacity gain is for rec teams. It's literally in their slide. I then said, great, we're going to do Edison. We're going to rotate some fields. What's the next step? Who's the we? Who's the us? Well, the next step is going to be to talk about Tamaqua. That's not a school board property. Step after that might be to talk about Memorial, not a school board property. The only time we got to a school board property was the third option when the town said to us, we might be interested in the Elm Street field. We'll have to talk with you guys about that a little bit later. Great, when can we talk about these additional fields? Well, not until Edison's done. Edison's done 2 to 3 years from now. Then we talk about Tamaqua. Then we talk about Memorial. Then maybe if there's still an interest, we can cut a deal on Elm Street. That's not a deal. It's not a deal for us. We want to use the Edison field, we're saying here, to rotate our fields and improve the other grass fields. So we said to the town, let's partner on that. Absolutely not. Statement from the town is, we are not going to pay to maintain your fields. And we all agree on this board, we don't have the money to do it. So tell me exactly when, after we approve Edison, we're going to be able to start rotating the schoolyards and fields that were never constructed to be fields to begin with, quite frankly, and are in the state that they're in because we have been doing what we should be doing, which is sharing all these fields with the town. When do we get to fix those if there's not going to be cooperation coming back? We're either going to have to get more money out of our taxpayers, or we try to cut a different deal with the town. And we can talk all or nothing or not. Again, I asked the question, what else can we do? And the answer is this or nothing, guys. So, look, I think that we need to, I think a vote here, I wanted to give a little more perspective. That's why I went to table, all right? And we all said no on that one. So a no here puts us in a certain position, but I don't think the no means we're done. I don't think the no means nobody wants to talk to us again or cooperate with us again. I just don't think that. I don't think that's true or not. I do think the no puts us in a position to get what we're hoping for our district to happen. What everyone here wants to see happen, which is to get something done to trigger the rest, but do it a heck of a lot faster. So, I'm saying what I'm saying because I know what I was told, because I asked these questions. And that hasn't had a chance to come out yet, so here it is. I don't know how else to say it. We'll find out now, we find out later.
But they don't have to give us anything, right? So, and while I appreciate that some members of the council are trying to figure out a way to work together, and I agree with you, which is like, let's all, figure out how to do this the best for the whole entire town and for the schools. I don't see that that's happening, and I don't know that they need Edison. It's like in some ways, it's a gift of $9 million and a field that we are not in the near foreseeable future going to be able to spend any money on. So that's where I'm coming from.
When you say it's a gift, though, what we don't know is, because we've heard that it's going to be used with pilot money, we've also heard that it's going to be used with bond money. What can ultimately happen is that the burden on the taxpayers from that bond is going to fall on us. And in addition, we are also going to be asking for increases in taxes because of our school budget. So it's not a gift to who we represent here.
This is a triple A bond rated town. That's what the town was saying.
I know they're triple rated, but that doesn't mean it doesn't get paid back. And where is it paid back? It's paid back if they can't get the pilot money, which is an unknown. They've told us it's an unknown in the CME. What it is, Sahar, that I was in there. You didn't go to the second meeting with Jim Gilday where we asked him. It is always an unknown, and so is raising taxes. And why are we going to burden our families when we need to also ask them for things that we need just to keep the school running? Just to keep the school running. When there might be other viable options that can give us more playing field for less money. We don't know, because when you got here, that was the plan they presented to you. I don't know, when I got here, it was already in play. I don't know if I had had the chance to say, well, in that binder, you have the Elm Street field. In that binder, how much is that going to cost as compared to Edison going to cost us? There's no mention of the high school field, which was also brought up years ago, which some people were for, to do that, to turf that field. That could have cost us less money.
Wasn't that not regulation?
Well,
Elm
I don't
Street.
understand. I was told by the town that the
Mary,
field.
the town voted that project down.
Yeah, I know that. It was, I was just saying it was brought up.
And it was a
And it was
regulation
voted down because it was also included with some
Yes.
other things.
Yeah, it was included with the roofs and lights
Yes.
in a single bond
So
referendum question.
I understand that, but we're not doing a referendum here because we're not letting anybody vote. So this is a totally different situation, so I don't think that applies. Well,
When
Go ahead.
you're done.
No, go ahead.
I just
Go
want to
ahead.
make some comments.
Go ahead.
Okay. So first I wanted to thank everyone that has come out today. You all are very busy. I especially appreciate those who have been coming repeatedly to the meetings and who have been sending us emails. All of this is extremely helpful, and I think that all of us, if not most of us, have read nearly everything, if not everything, that you've sent. So I just want to kind of acknowledge the importance of civic engagement and my appreciation anyway for it. And if you don't mind, I just want to give you my reasoning so that at the very least I can be as transparent as possible, regardless whether you may agree with my vote or not. So the first is, so we've been working on this issue on the school board for 17 months. And in my mind, the discussion really centers, or the debate centers on 5 issues. The first is that there is a lack of fields for our student athletes in elementary, middle, and high school. The second is the location of any new fields is up for debate. The third is the cost of increasing field usage. The fourth is the safety of the athletes. The fifth is the health of student athletes and Edison students, and the sixth is the environmental impact of the turf. So before I kind of address each issue from my vantage point, I just want to address the process, and some of my colleagues have said this, but I do think transparency is important. And I encourage my colleagues to weigh in because I may get something wrong in the timeline. But on June 15, 2021, the Board of Education executed a letter of intent with the town of Westfield to, quote, and this is where, and it's all online, explore the feasibility of entering into a future shared services agreement with respect to the town's interest in the potential renovation and upgrade of the outside athletic fields and facilities located behind the Edison Intermediate School, end quote. It was a letter of intent. Since then, the mayor and the town manager met with members of the board to provide a broad overview of the project. I distinctly remember that meeting. It was on Zoom because this was during the during the peak of COVID. Then on September 23rd, so fast forward to September 23rd, 2022. And in the meantime, board members can go and speak with whomever they want, talk to whomever they want, and free to engage. September 23rd of this year, the board received the independent assessment report prepared by CME Associates. Almost a month later, on October 13th, the shared services agreement was made available to all board members, which is about a month ago. On the 21st, the Finance Committee discussed the shared services agreement, or at least had the opportunity to discuss it. And for nearly 3 weeks now, all the board members have had an opportunity to review and discuss the shared service agreement. In the last 2 weeks,
Discuss.
the shared services. It was available on the website.
I know it was, no, I'm just asking for your definition of discuss.
Well, in other words, it was made available. So if you,
Okay.
we didn't discuss it at a board meeting, but they were available. The
Right.
document's been
So
available for a
we didn't
month.
really discuss it, though.
Well, we don't discuss anything except in the committee meeting or at the board meeting, or
Right.
privately. But the
Sorry,
last 2 weeks.
if I could chime in real quick, just to
Yeah.
respond to that. Mr. Beelan emailed all the board members as chair of the Finance Committee, asking everybody to review the shared service agreement, and to respond to him if you have any questions or comments or concerns about the agreement, and he would forward them to me. I got no,
Because the email wasn't working.
it was then resent.
No, I
Yeah.
understand
Yeah.
that, but you got no response, I mean, you got no, maybe you didn't get responses after the email was fixed, but the email wasn't working, so I do want to point that out.
Yeah, the email wasn't working
I mean, I
for
think,
like
but
a
I think
month
the
and a
point
half.
is, so we have a board portal, and it was available there, and if you check, yeah, it was on the 13th. Anyway, the first 2 weeks of November, which was the last 2 weeks, the town administrator and a representative from CME met with the board 3 different times, 3 to 4 members at a time. Some of you attended twice. During that meeting, we had an opportunity to ask whatever questions we wanted from the town administrator, and there was also a CME representative. So we, and many of us, asked questions that you all have asked us through email at board meetings, issues that you've raised about in the environment, about student health, about the plan for the town. So we have had that opportunity to ask. Whether some people may think it's not enough is a different issue. But I just want to talk now about the issues just from my vantage point. And again, this is just me attempting to be transparent, and I understand not everybody's going to agree with my position. Okay, so the significant lack of fields for Westfield student athletes at all grade levels, including our school sports program in the middle and high school, is probably the only issue that we seem to have some unanimity on. However, when it comes to the location of fields, we've received suggestions to create new turf fields at Tamaqua Park, Tamaqua Elementary School, Roosevelt Middle School, Elm Street, or Sycamore. For the suggestions that point to town property, the school board simply does not have jurisdiction. We do not have the power, the legal authority to determine what to do with town property. With regard to Tamaqua Elementary, Roosevelt, or Westfield High School, those are under our jurisdictions. But in my view, none of these locations offer the centrality and the size of the field that also has a parking lot, is on a county road to a main road, and sits across from Keller Field where our trainers, locker rooms, and other facilities are located. And these actually have significant benefits for our sports team, our school sports teams, more than I would say the private teams. With regard to the cost of increasing field usage, so both in terms of the cost of the Edison fields, the $9 million is turf, or the cost of improving and maintaining all of our school grass fields to allow for maximum usage of our fields, some of my colleagues have mentioned this, but you know, last year was a really hard year for us. We had a $2.3 million deficit. We had to lay off staff, and that was devastating for everyone involved. And that's a result of 10 years of austerity measures imposed by a law, a New Jersey law, that prohibits school districts from increasing their operational budgets by more than 2% per year. So as a result, your school district has $37 million less in its budget today than it would have had if that law was not there and you were paying the average 4.9% increase in taxes a year. That was the average in the decades prior. So the school district just is not in a position right now to pay the millions of dollars required to fix all the school property fields, to maintain all of them. And even and if we receive additional funds, we still face another physical problem, which is that we don't have enough grass fields to rotate them out. And this was something that was illuminating by the town administrator, is that he said all of the towns across New Jersey, even the ones who can afford to maintain all of their grass fields, they need some turf fields to give the grass fields a break. So you've got the cost of improving the fields, which we don't have at this moment, and you still need the turf fields to rotate that. So I agree with Layla and some of my other colleagues, is when the town came and says, we'll offer to build the Edison fields, and it won't be paid by the school district's budget, and I appreciate the taxes, I disagree a little bit on the details, but the point is it's not coming out of the school district's fund, but it's on our property, so therefore our school sports program gets the priority, which is not the case if it's in a town property. We also, as a school board, have influence over the terms and conditions of the fields, what time, reservations, et cetera. So I think that's good for the school board to be able to influence how the field is used, even though it's open to the private clubs as well. Okay, with regard to the safety of the athletes for playing on turf as compared to grass. So I appreciate everybody's comments, and I noticed that many of the comments were focused on professional sports teams, and I'm not going to disagree with whether, I haven't looked at the merits of all these allegations from the sports professional teams, but I just don't see them as under the same circumstances as student athletes. They don't spend as much time on the turf, and I also defer to our school coaches and our sports administrators about any risks that they might see to the athletes which are under their care. And I find it notable that we haven't heard any concerns by our coaches or the administrator of our sports program, which is who I would listen to, because I think that they are equally concerned with the safety of the student athletes playing on turf. Finally, which I think is the hardest issue, and mainly because I'm a layperson, right, which is the health and environmental impact of turf fields. We all have children in this school district. Some of them attend Edison or will play on the prospective turf fields if they're implemented. And I appreciate the various documents, reports, and news links sent to the board. But what I can glean from what I've read, and again, I'm not an expert, is that there's no conclusive evidence that turf fields are dangerous to public health. I know it's still under research. But at the same time, I can't help but notice that there are towns across the state and across the country that do have turf, and that the EPA and relevant state agencies have not prohibited it. And maybe I trust them too much that they have experts and regulators. And that we're talking about children makes it even more subject to scrutiny by these regulators at state and federal level. And I also appreciate the concerns of Edison parents. I too am an Edison parent. Regarding the 20-minute lunch break that students can spend in the yard, and if weather permitting, sometimes they don't spend it outside. But our children are already playing on turf field in Keller when their physical education classes are outside. And the other reality affecting our student athletes is that nearly all of the fields, and I can attest to this as a soccer mom, all of the fields they currently play on outside of Westfield are turf, both in terms of practice and in terms of games, which is where we have to drive 15 to 20, 30 minutes during the week, which affects their sleep, it affects their ability to finish their homework on time, and it affects everybody in the family's life. And all of this is because there isn't enough playable field space in town. So many of us on the school board discussed explicitly with the town administrator that the Edison turf field is intended to be part of a broader town program to improve their grass fields. So none of us, and people can disagree, but what I heard was all of us were having this conversation in the context of the turf field is part of a broader grass program. It is my hope that we will have enough money in our budget, but it all depends on the taxes that we collect. But it's our hope that we can maintain our other properties as grass fields and simply use the Edison field as a way to rotate so that we can give the grass fields a break and we don't end up spending hundreds of thousands on grass fields that then die out because we can't maintain them, and that's an utter waste of taxpayer dollar. So anyway, I just want to reiterate my appreciation for everyone's time and the care that you've taken in providing your feedback. I totally recognize this is a really important decision and one that I don't think we'll ever get unanimity on in our town, especially one this large. But it is a privilege and it's an important responsibility to sit at this table, and one that I think each of us at this table takes seriously, even if we don't all agree with the outcome. And I hope that, at least with my comments, you can be assured that I've done my best to carefully weigh the pros and cons, but admittedly, I will be voting for the Edison Field Turf project.
Amy, you have anything to add? All right. Kristen?
I do. I have more questions. Should I be quiet or?
No.
Okay. All right. So there are definitely green spaces in addition to the main field at Edison that can use additional care. Those include the front lawn, the side lawn to the right of the parking lot when you're facing the school, the lawn that runs along the back of the building, and the school courtyard. If the Edison Field Plan passes tonight, how can we work with Dr. Bolton and the Edison community to maximize the remaining green space? Oh, important, so the students can use it for lunch, recess, and gym class, because I don't want that to go, I want people to know that we heard that, and it is important, and there is a hardship here. There is a loss of green space, so we need to attend to what does remain.
There is, and to add that before you answer, if you're going to answer that? Okay. Just to add to that, the students at Edison have expressed, not all, I'm just talking some, have expressed that they enjoy the grass. So, and do not enjoy always going over to Kaler for gym. It cuts into the gym time. They get stuff all over them. These are just from the kids who haven't really been asked. Number one, the parents over there haven't really been asked. But if there is other green space, as Kristen, I know, talked to Dr. Bolton about.
Just to clarify, I did not speak to Dr. Bolton.
Oh, who did you speak to? You told me the other day.
Oh, I've
spoken
to like board members. And
Oh,
whatnot
board
about
members. Okay, sorry.
Whatnot.
I take that
the
back.
The idea of
Take it out of the recording.
Well, I've purposely not broken the chain of command as
Yeah.
much as I've wanted to talk to Dr. Bolton.
Oh, that's what you said. She wanted to talk
Correct.
to Dr. Bolton.
But I would like that answered. How we can attend to the green spaces.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, just to piggyback on that. A lot of people have talked about equity and the equity for the Edison students, but I'm an Edison and a Roosevelt parent, and the Roosevelt kids are like, no fair, dude. We want a better field too. We want a turf field also, and
let's give it to them then.
I'm just saying.
Let's share the wealth.
That's a wonderful.
Let's share the wealth.
That's a wonderful but unrealistic response to that question.
I don't understand why it's unrealistic.
Because that's not the plan that we're being voted on.
I know,
so
but
if you could just let me finish my point, thanks, Mary.
If we tabled it, it could be realistic.
But what I'm saying is now we're going to talk about also what are we going to do to fix up the Edison green spaces. But let's also point out, though, that Roosevelt, the green spaces, you can roll an ankle just walking across the lawn. So I just want to point out, equity goes both ways for those with the field and without the field.
And you can roll your ankle on turf, right? And get turf burns?
You can.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
I did know that.
Just checking.
But I drive 45 minutes for turf, so
Reeling
It
us
is-
back
that is
to
a
green
hardship.
spaces, people.
All right,
I want
let's
my
let
answer.
Dr. Gonzalez answer the question.
Green
Okay.
spaces.
No,
It's a debate though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the question is, just to make sure, just after the back and forth, that the question is focused on what can we do to incorporate the current administration at Edison to address any of the existing or remaining green spaces at Edison to accommodate usage by students for lunchtime or any other recreational time.
Correct.
So again, provided this gets approved, the project would certainly take time, as already been indicated, so that anything that would be done to the existing green spaces would have to take that into consideration. Because to make any changes, to make any decisions to pour resources into those changes, we would certainly want to consider the plan for construction, so that any improvements or enhancements that we make would not be then undone by traffic, materials, or any other construction-related experiences. But all that to say is, once the decision is made to move forward, it continues to be incumbent upon the Board of Education, the administration, to make those decisions as to whether or not we can and have the ability to allocate resources to make these improvements. There is no reason why we cannot work with the administration. We cannot use our own resources or work with community resources, or even potentially explore the opportunity with the town to improve those green spaces. But I can't guarantee those things are available, because that would predetermine the use of fiscal resources that we are currently in the process of determining, the priorities are for the future. But all that's to say is, if the priorities of the district allocate resources to that end, we would certainly be able to work with the administration and with our existing staff or our partners to be able to address those spaces. Those spaces could be anything from, improving the existing landscaping to enhancing the landscaping with tables, chairs, benches, or other means for students to congregate and experience the outdoors. But again, I don't want to suggest that these are plans that have been made. These are plans that have been discussed, but certainly if it is the will of the board and the administration to allocate resources, we would confer with the administration to make sure that they're appropriately used to support the needs of the students.
Thank you.
Are you going again? I was going to go one more time.
Go ahead, Mary.
Thanks.
I have another one.
I just want to reiterate what Kristen was saying, because I agree with her very much on thinking about this as a board member. It's hard to separate sometimes that you're a mom or you're a coach in town, which Rob and I are. We coach rec sports. So it's not like we are not aware of the condition of our fields, both town and school. But I had to kind of put this into a compartment as what I interpret my role is as a Board of Education member and how I wanted to respond to it. So on the plus side, I do see that, getting the turf field, and believe me, I'm not opposed to turf, I'm not opposed to lights. I know it provides more options for all of our athletes, whether they're students or rec. But I do see from the plus side, what I've heard from all the emails that all of us as a board get, what we've heard here, is we're definitely, our student athletes, who I have to think about, are going to definitely get more of a dependable surface to practice. More options to practice until, I guess 6 o'clock, and then, the town will be able to use it. But what I've also heard from the majority of we've had students, we've had parents, we've had just residents, our neighbors, our friends, emailing us, the entire board, and some of the things seem to be, and Layla disagrees with me, but the inequality of the natural space and atmosphere between the two middle schools. So I think about that as a board member and what that means. the traffic and the parking concerns in the area that's already congested and crowded with our students, and that's a safety issue. Financial uncertainty, both on this project, paying for it by the town, and on our obligation to work with our budget, and also and I'm not going to go either way on the environmental thing because it is an unknown, but the contradictory message some of our students have brought up, that there may or may not be long-term health and environmental impacts by doing a turf field this size and right next to a school and right next to a creek. So, I mean, my hesitation is not because I believe that our fields are fine. I am far from that. I know that I believe that the town and the schools are going to be able somehow to, you know, I mean, my dream is it's not going to be approved right now, but I'm sure it is, but to come up with other solutions for all of our sports programs, you know, schools and recs. They definitely deserve better fields. But, I mean, in the 11 months I've been here, I haven't been the entire time, you know, Sahar pointed out the timeline, I haven't been here the entire time as a board member, that the majority of what I've seen here for the past 11 months, the majority of what I've seen in my emails is an opposition and a concern for this project moving forward. And to me, as a board member, I was voted by you, and that's what I have to do. And you know, it just so happens I agree, but I mean, that's how I feel it works. Other people may disagree with me, and that's fine. I do hope we can continue to work with the town, whether it's approved or not, to work on other things that can be financially reasonable in looking at the other fields, both in town and in our schools, to help us, because I really don't see how we viably can do any other fields on our own, given that, you know, this gives a big jump to the sports kids, but also we just took the arts department just took a hit. So I don't know if something like that is going to be on our minds as a priority when we do the budget, is trying to like rebuild the arts department. But I just wanted to reiterate that I am trying to think of this as what I'm supposed to be as a board member, and given all the unknowns here, in particular the finances, the safety, the equity, and the, you know, feedback we received from, you know, members of the community, I'm voting no because I believe we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Rob?
It's just one thing I want to make sure we correct. I know you had said earlier you hadn't had any comments back regarding the agreement. I'm assuming you meant by email, because
you and I have talked. Yes.
Correct, yeah, we have had multiple discussions about that, some changes. I understand, which I very much appreciate, many of those changes were at least communicated to our attorneys to see if we could get some of those changes in. As I see the final product, I know most of them were not. I don't know how that discussion went, but I just want to make sure that, you know, that we are aware that in fact, yes, there were some concerns raised, and yes, you did, as requested, make sure that those concerns are brought to the attorney. The last thing I just want to make sure, at least I point out, is I very much enjoy the conversation about what can be and what could be, and just how the process works, but the fact of the matter is, A, we don't have the money, and B, we haven't been offered most of this stuff. So I wish, the optimistic talk is fantastic, but the response to that talk and those requests has been, it just can't be done. That, you know, on the town side, they're not willing to do it, and on the budget side, we can't. And that's the reality of it. We can agree, disagree, town, nothing, that's fine. The town doesn't have to take what they want to do. They can make what offer they like. That's their prerogative and their decision. It's our prerogative to either take that offer or leave it. we're not even under the shared services agreement maintaining control over what's put into the turf. We don't get to choose what type of turf. We don't get to choose what type of substrate. I asked that question of Jim, and his response was, that's not how it works. We do the specs. We do the design specs. There's nothing here to protect our ability to do that, to dictate what's going to happen on our own property. It just isn't there. And well, again, I hope we can go somewhere. I hope regardless of how this works out, there's better things to be done. My suggestion to the board is you can't really gain ground sometimes without holding the line. And that's what I'm suggesting we do here.
All right, thank you, Rob. Layla, anything to add? All right, Amy?
I just want to clarify that the town administrator did say that we had to approve all of the plan. There were multiple processes where the school board had to approve the process.
Yeah, we'll have final approval over design plans, and to get us to that final approval, I imagine they will be including us in the iterative process to develop them.
I think you should ask him about that, because that's not what we were told in our meeting, but okay.
All right, if everybody else is done, I've prepared 20 or 30 pages of remarks. I should get you out of here by midnight. No, kidding.
I do, but do you really have 20 or 30 pages?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
I don't like to hear myself talk that much.
I want to address something that Rob brought up and something that Mary brought up, because Mary touched upon traffic. Rob touched upon the fact that this won't be ready till 2025. So I do have another question, shocking. In anticipation of the potential for increased traffic and displacement of teams during construction phase and the anticipation of increased traffic during our blackout event days, what can the Board of Ed do now while the Edison project is in the design, build, and bid stages to ensure that we have reasonably safe playing fields ready to disperse teams appropriately and mitigate some of our traffic concerns? So in the next 2 years, what can we do?
What the board can do, what the administration could do is once we confirm this is going to be a go, the time that is going to be necessary to design, bid, and start construction would be the same time that our schools and our athletics department would be using to make those plans. There's absolutely, I would be lying if I told you that we have those plans clearly laid out, because we don't have confirmation that this is going to happen. But our schools and departments are fully aware of what they would need to do in order to properly accommodate the change in availability of space and the need to readjust scheduling accordingly. It's something that certainly is a headache, is a lot of work, but in the end would be something that the athletics department and as well as our facilities department would be prepared to accommodate, knowing especially that on the other side of it would be the ability to then gain the greater flexibility when the project is done.
When it comes to traffic, we've heard a lot of complaints, or concerns from residents through the 4 public hearings that were put on by the town, and emails we've gotten and discussions we've had amongst ourselves. The problem with Rahway isn't Kaler or Edison School or the field behind Edison or whatever we could possibly put on Edison. It's the central artery for the whole south side of town. You have 7 schools and 4,500 students that are all dismissed every single day in a 20-minute time period. There's nothing that we can do that's going to make that worse. Worse. Yeah. But it's not going to be used by high school kids at the 3 o'clock dismissal time. Traffic flows are done by peak hourly flows. And that 20-minute window from 2:45 to 3:05, when 4,500 kids are dismissed from school, from 7 schools that are either on Rahway Avenue or 1 street off of Rahway, that all collect back to Rahway, it is never going to be worse than dismissal time.
Do you have kids that, there's kids that stay after school at Edison, okay, that do things inside of Edison that aren't sports, like plays
Yeah.
and
The
clubs.
more dispersed dismissal is, whether it's people staying for drama practice or walking to Kaler and then driving home after that,
I just
the better
don't-
traffic
I
is.
just don't see how it's not impacted when,
I didn't say it wasn't impacted, I just said it wouldn't be worse.
Okay. I disagree. I disagree.
We agree to disagree there.
Okay.
I mean, even if we take the Spiesel parking study, double the numbers, it's still 5% of the total traffic volume at that time of day.
The Spiesel, where they want you to park at Lincoln?
Yeah, I doubled their numbers too.
Lincoln spots?
No, I doubled their number of spots needed in the worst case scenario. And it's still 5% of the,
Did you, where's that?
a hypothetical situation. I took the 100 spots they said were going to be needed for most things going on behind Edison, doubled it, and it's still a drop in the bucket compared to normal dismissal traffic.
Okay. That the spots will be used at Lincoln? Or no? I'm getting confused.
I don't care where they could stack themselves on top of each other. It's the number of spots that are needed total. It doesn't matter where they are.
But Brendan, that is,
He said-
you're talking about post 6 PM, right? Or are you talking about between
Yeah.
3 and 6?
Post 6 p.m.
Okay.
Anything
I
that
think you're
anything that
talking
goes
about
on.
different things here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking
you're
more
talking
about
about-
after school.
Yeah, you're
stuff.
talking about different things.
Okay. And he's talking about 6. Okay.
Yeah, the change in what's going on at
Okay.
Edison.
Still gonna bring more traffic from 3 to 6.
All right. Yep.
No, I don't. I just know that, I mean, other kids are saying, the other sports teams are saying they're gonna use those fields, so that's gonna bring more traffic over there. Of our athletes.
I think it's that our athletes will be able to use that field space more reliably.
Right. Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
So
Like
on a
field hockey's now at the high school, so they'll be able to use Edison, so that's more. Who's that? What?
All right.
What field?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so the prepared remarks that I made. This project's been a point of discussion
I'm
for
gonna
this
keep
board at
interrupting.
every meeting since we signed the LOI 518 days ago. But the conversation started long before that. On February 9th, 2020, the town approved the Parks Master Plan, and we've been involved in discussions with the town regarding a shared project to improve the Edison Field for 1,010 days. In that time, we've heard from countless members of the public, both in support and opposition of the project, mostly in opposition, if I'm being honest. To our neighbors, I've had private conversations with many of you. I've heard your concerns, and I take them seriously. That's why this vote has taken so long to come to the floor. We've been truly deliberating internally for nearly 2 years as to whether this is something we should even be pursuing.
No.
I can't speak for the motivations of my fellow board members, but I can speak for myself. I've had serious reservations about this project from its inception. It started with the rollout of the Parks Master Plan, which prioritized board properties over town properties, and the town didn't include the board in those decisions. Needless to say, it left a sour taste in my mouth, but I tried to keep an open mind. I grew up on the corner of Shacamaxon and Knollwood. I called that neighborhood home for 20 years. If I don't know the current neighbors to Edison School, I definitely knew the previous owners of those houses. While my home was at the top of the hill, I know firsthand how severe flooding can be when stormwater in the flume overflows its banks. This was the core of my biggest objection to the proposed project, the potential of exacerbating an already tenuous flooding situation. In June 2021, I took up an offer I believe made by Mr. Fetter, the house with the bridge, to use his property and walk along the flume to see its conditions firsthand. The condition was troubling, to say the least. At that point, I firmly locked myself into the no camp, as we have to be good neighbors. I raised my concerns to the town, and they brought in the Army Corps of Engineers to assess their property. The concrete flume was an Army Corps project that predates every house in the neighborhood. The Army Corps agreed to include the structure in any regional approaches to flooding so that improvements in one area don't create problems in another. The town then obtained a special DEP license to be able to go in and remove trees and other debris from the flume at any time over the next 5 years. Previously, each cleanup event required an individual approval and permit from the state. So the town really rarely did that kind of maintenance. Every time a big thunderstorm created a potential for flooding. The town has been responsive to every concern I've raised regarding the flooding in the Robinson Branch. Any final design will have to comply with all DEP and EPA stormwater regulations. The risk of flooding the neighborhood should be greatly reduced through the combination of DEP compliant stormwater retention design and a forthcoming Army Corps improvements to the flume. I've also raised concerns over noise, lights, and traffic. We discussed traffic, so I'll skip that. Noise is going to be the easiest for us to address. We, the board, will have to approve any final construction plans before a single shovel hits the ground. There's no plan for any public address system, and I can't see this board approving one anytime soon. That leaves the unamplified voices of kids at practice. I think that can be worked out programmatically and with appropriate policies. Lights are another easy one. The worst thing this board ever did for athletic lights in this town was to approve the temporary light pilot project of the WSA back in 2015. At that time, I was the only board member who voted against the pilot, and I stand by that vote. I was also out there every night during the pilot to help mitigate most of the adverse effects on the neighborhood. By the end, it was better, but still pretty terrible. The biggest problem was the height of the lights used. They were 15 feet tall, and because of that, they pointed light directly out over the field into everybody's house. I saw pictures from most of the Kaler neighbors from their living rooms and bedrooms being illuminated by halogen lights. Newer lights are taller, they point directly down, and the LEDs are directional, in that no light should spill over from the bulb itself. Yes, there will be a glowing field, but unlike a few years ago, it's not going to light up your bathroom. Additionally, any final design will include a natural buffer of evergreen trees to ensure that sound and noise are mitigated to the greatest extent. Skip that. A common thread I've heard when talking with the neighbors is, why is it always our neighborhood? And I could give a witty retort and say, you chose to live there, but that's not helpful. So I did a deep dive into the local history archives at the Westfield Memorial Library. They have everything. And I have a quote from a previous board president. His name was George Bauer. And he said, "Those who saw any of the football games from last fall are well aware of the bad condition of the present field. Daily practice sessions, particularly during periods of dry weather, make it impossible to keep the field in a safe and reasonable condition for the games." His comment was made in a board meeting, January 26th, 1954. Field quality and maintenance has been an issue in this district for 70 years. His comments led to the board purchasing 2 large parcels of swampy scrubland and the town vacating property allocated for a planned extension of Grove Street through to Lambert's Mill Road. Together, those parcels allowed the district to construct an 18-acre athletic facility across from what's now known as Kaler Stadium. According to the public notice for the referendum from May 1954, the board asked the voters to approve the purchase of property on Rahway Avenue across the street from the present recreation field. The property is needed, according to the board, for football practice field and to permit the expansion of other athletic facilities needed, particularly on the south side of town. The Edison property was always to be for athletics. The construction of Edison Junior High, as it was called when it was built, wasn't even on the radar at the time. The voters approved 18 acres of land for any and all athletics facility needs by a margin of 3-1. There are many reasons to oppose this project, and all of them are valid to some degree. But I think most of the issues will be able to be worked out through the final design process and the operational agreements that we need to have with the town. Once we remove those ancillary issues, I believe can be resolved, this becomes a political decision. Not a partisan political decision, but still political. There's no empirical evidence to give us the right answer, and both sides have valid points. I will assume that the town and the board will work in good faith to resolve any ambiguities in the project and mitigate any issues as they arise. To me, it comes down to one simple question. Is this project good for our student athletes, and do the benefits outweigh the negatives and the cost to our budget? As we will not be spending a penny of board dollars for the project, the budget question is moot. But will this benefit our student athletes? I have to say yes, and it's not even close. Our teams will have a nicer practice facility that isn't impacted by weather. With lights, we'll also have the option to examine the prospect of later start times for the high school, as athletics will no longer be the single largest obstacle to making any systemic changes there. As a taxpayer and resident of this town, I might have a better plan for athletic field improvements, but as a member of this board, it's this simple. The town is offering to partner with us to improve our property, and I think we'd be foolish not to take them up on the offer. It'd be easy to vote no and get a cheer from my friends here tonight in the audience. But as my colleagues have all shown their hands at this point, it's clear this project will pass with or without me. I believe it's more likely, I believe I'll have a greater influence over the many design and operational decisions that will need to be made over the coming months before construction begins by supporting this project tonight. If I have a concern or a problem is raised by a supporter of the project, I believe it's much more likely to be given serious consideration, where a constant opponent of the project raising a minor objection might be dismissed as being a sore loser. That's my thought process, and that's how I see it. So I encourage the neighbors, please come forward with your issues and concerns, and I will carry them forward. We have to trust but verify, and I plan to hold the town to their promises. That, if there is no other debate,
I actually brought a prepared statement too,
please.
just to provide my logic. So I would like to start by thanking all of our constituents for the time that you've invested in researching the Edison Field project and for the time that you've dedicated to sharing such research with the board and our community. There is no question that the proposed project has elicited a great deal of community engagement because it's a hard decision. I hear and understand both perspectives. As Board of Ed members, our job is to listen and gather as much information as possible, and then to assess that data that we've been provided to make the best decision for our district while always considering the budget. Here is what we know. 1, the majority of our school fields are not in safe playing shape for our students and need attention as soon as possible. 2, natural grass is difficult to maintain, but it can be done with the proper team and plan. 3, our current budget cannot yet support a dedicated field management team, even with the move to the April election. 4, turf practice fields are an important component to a successful natural grass maintenance program because having access to artificial turf allows for reduced hours on natural grass playing fields and allows for field rest and rotation. The Edison Field project begins to address 3 of these 4 items. It will improve the shape of one of our school fields, allowing our athletes and marching band students to have access to an updated, consistent training facility. It alleviates some of our budgeting concerns, and it fulfills our need for turf practice fields in preparation for when the district can support a proper field maintenance program and needs to rotate fields. In an ideal world, these practice fields would be at the high school to support our varsity sports and marching band programs. However, in Westfield's case, Edison is the more practical choice because of the size of the property, proximity to the trainer and locker room facilities, and the natural landscape barrier. Another added benefit is that our athletes and marching band students can easily walk to Edison from WHS, reducing the amount of travel by our students. Therefore, Edison is the best option if we would like to install turf practice fields in an effort to improve the current training conditions for our athletes and marching band students and to kickstart the district's overall field maintenance program. The district's fields have been in poor shape since I was a student in the Westfield schools. This is unacceptable. If we do not start somewhere, the problem will only continue to exacerbate itself. I urge the board to take action and to vote for progress over perfection tonight. Thank you.
All right. No other statements? Dana, can I have a roll call, please?
Okay, so now, just so we're clear, we're voting on the motion
To approve the shared service agreement.
So Harazis,
Yes.
Rob Bonaccio,
No.
Mike Beelan,
For board attorney guidance, I recuse myself from the vote.
Brendan Galligan,
Yes.
Leila Morelli,
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
I abstain.
Amy Root,
Yes.
Kristen Sonic Smeltz,
Yes.
Mary Wickens.
No.
Motion passes 5-2 with 2 abstentions. All right, Mike, turn over the rest of the finance and facilities agenda to you. It's B through V.
Should I wait? I asked the board to move items B through V in facilities and finance. Do I have a second? Second, who said that? Amy? Any discussion?
Yeah. Yes, I wanted to comment on item H. Brendan, can you just clarify what that pilot program's for?
Item H is the Union County grant for the GSA.
Right, and that effectively provides payment for an advisor for a pre-existing student group?
Yes, this is an organization that we've had in Westfield under a different name, but it was for 25-plus years. Years ago, it was known as the Gay Straight Alliance. It's since expanded its scope, and now it's been operated by teacher advisors who have been volunteering their time, and now they will have an opportunity to be paid for their time.
Okay, so the membership is voluntary for students who want to support various students who have different gender identities. And so I just want to express my support because I think that every student deserves a safe space and student organizations that support their particular interests.
I just wanted to jump in on that as well, Sahar. Thank you for bringing that to the attention. Someone had mentioned, parental involvement in this, and, in an ideal world, you have a family who is willing to work through their children's journeys, whatever they may be, whatever their beliefs may be, and they have a strong support system, but that's unfortunately not always the case. So I think it's wonderful to have opportunity to have support and knowing that you have a safe place in the schools, and I think it's a wonderful thing. So thank you.
Yep, and it is an after-school club. It's not part of any curriculum.
And it's voluntary.
100% voluntary. It's a club.
Oh no, I know. I was just saying that.
Okay. Mike, are there any grants or gifts you want to address?
I read the gifts earlier.
Okay, thank you. With that, Dan?
Sahar Aziz,
Yes.
Rob Bonaccio,
Yes.
Mike Beelan,
Yes.
Brendan Galligan.
Yes.
Leila Morelli.
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root,
Yes.
Kristen Sonic Schmeltz,
Yes.
Mary Wickens.
I think we lost Mary. Okay.
Am I up?
You are up, yes.
Okay, so tonight I'd like to make a motion to look at for first reading, approve for first reading policies and regulations 1 through 7, and then move to approve for second reading policies and regulations 1 through 16. Can I have a second? Kristen? Any comments or questions? Dana?
Sahar Aziz,
Yes.
Rob Bonaccio,
Yes.
Mike Beelan,
Yes.
Brendan Galligan.
Yes.
Leila Morelli,
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root,
Yes.
Kristen Sonic Schmeltz,
Yes.
Mary Wickens.
All right, curriculum, Kristen?
I'd like to move for approval curriculum item A, approval of a field trip for Roosevelt Intermediate School 8th grade drama students to the Paper Mill Playhouse. Do I have a second? Layla? Any discussion? Sure.
I'd just like to repeat what the concern I've had for a while, and no one is to blame, but just a reminder that hopefully we will get to a point in our district where field trips are equitably available to all students, even if they may not be identical, but at least that students in every elementary school or middle school have opportunities.
This will be equitable. They will have a drama trip at Edison as well. It just wasn't, I don't think, planned as of yet. I would just like to say that my junior missed this because of COVID, and I'm super excited that my 8th grader gets to go. He's super excited, so I'm glad that we are getting back to the normalcy of the field trips. But I agree, it needs to be at both middle schools for sure, and it will be.
Yeah, that was going to be my comment as well. We have 6 elementary schools and 2 middle schools, and they all seem to do a little bit of different things when it comes to field trips.
With no further discussion?
Zahar Aziz,
Yes?
Rob Bonaccio,
Yes.
Mike Veland,
Yes.
Brenda Galligan,
Yes.
Leila Morelli, Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root,
Yes?
Kristen Sonic-Schmelz,
Yes.
Mary Wickens, not here.
All right. I ask the board to note the notes for the record. Any unfinished business? All right, any new business?
Brennan?
Mike?
Yes, a number of months ago, we had approved the transition of our elections from November through April. During that time, we also extended the board terms to also coincide with that election through April. One area we didn't address was the election of the leadership team for that interim period of time. So what I'd like to do is make a motion to hold an election on the December meeting, that we can hold an election for the president and vice president at that time. So when people have a month to decide whether they're interested in running, and then they would immediately take that office starting January 1st, 2023 through the end of the term in April. And then starting in April, we'd then be on our normal election cycle for the board members and for the leadership team going forward. Do I have a second for that?
I'll second that. To clarify, you want to hold an election in January for officers for a bridge term to take us through to the May reorganization meeting?
That is correct.
Okay.
Just so I'm clear, it was a motion to approve,
The motion
to hold an election.
to hold an election for president and vice president in December.
in the December 13th meeting with terms effective January 1st,
2023.
through the May reorganization meeting.
So there would be a potential change in leadership for the months of January, February, March, and April.
Potentially yes, potentially no, depending on how the board decides to go with it.
Right, that's what I mean.
Yeah, we didn't address it in our resolution back in June.
Right, but if the election is in April, when do they start in September?
They start in May.
They start in May.
Yeah.
So January, February, March, April, May. So like potentially 4 months of a bridge leadership?
Or a continuation of the existing leadership. We just have to address it one way or the other.
Because terms currently expire December 31st,
Right.
2022.
Okay,
And our bylaws require a 1-year term.
got it,
And we didn't address it one way or the other.
okay. But then there will be another reorganization in May?
Yeah,
Okay.
our full reorganization meeting gets moved from January to May.
Does the reorganization meeting have to include change of leadership?
Generally it does because you have new board members taking over.
I know, but as a new board member, that was like really uncomfortable to have to make that decision with little knowledge of who you were
Yes, that's the way it
working
works.
with? Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
we might have an opportunity right here to change it, so is there flexibility in the thinking?
We
I
have
don't
two
know.
people sitting at the dais now that have worked in other districts.
Yeah, that's the purpose of the reorganization, or of the organization meeting, to establish that, swear in the board members, confirm the 9-member Board of Education, and establish that leadership effective with that organization. So it sort of presses the reset button on the governance structure for the year.
And that happens just as a point of reference for the town council as well, when they elect new members, January 1st, or I shouldn't say January 1st, but at the beginning of the new terms, that's when they select their council, their
Otherwise,
leaders.
your new members wouldn't have a vote in who was your president and vice president.
Well, they'd have a vote the following January, right?
But
So
the
in that
intent
sense.
is for them, for all the board members.
The issue comes in when a
That's fine. I was
president or
just
vice
curious.
president either retires or does not get reelected. You then force an early reorganization.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah.
So I just have a question. Have you run this by the governance committee yet? Mike?
You don't need to run it by the governance committee. The terms expire December 31st, 2022.
Okay. Just curious to know if the committee had had a chance to think through the pros and cons.
That's where we're discussing right now.
Any discussion, questions, comments, concerns?
So procedurally,
Yes.
if we didn't think voting again in December was a good idea, would one make a motion to amend our policy to extend the terms of current presidents and vice presidents during that bridge period?
Right, do we have to do that? Because, I
That's my
mean,
question. Do we have to?
I believe,
because
I
the-
believe the resolution you approved appoints a president and vice president until the next reorganization meeting of the Board of Ed.
That's what I thought.
So I believe that because you extended board members' terms, and I think that was the June meeting,
Yes.
so I think technically you can hold another organization meeting if you can vote for them, but if you don't vote for them, if you don't vote for somebody different, your current president and vice president would remain
Got it.
procedurally.
Got it. Until the next.
April
Got it.
or
Okay.
May.
So the
May-
reorganization
Got
meeting, which would probably be May for new people.
May would be your
as-
reorg,
Well,
right.
the people
April would be the vote.
elected in April.
Right.
Okay.
Would, yeah.
Right.
I'm very curious to see how the state is going to turn around fingerprinting between the last week in April and the first week in May, but we shall see. Luckily, there's only 2% of districts with April elections, so the volume should be low. Any other discussion from board members? Reservations?
Sorry, so the term doesn't expire then, correct? Does not?
Right.
So we don't have to do a reorganization, it does not expire, I'm just clarifying.
Right, the motion is giving us an option, but
I see.
if we
Okay.
don't take up that option, it would
Okay.
appear that current president and vice presidential terms would continue
Okay.
until the May reorganization meeting.
Can you do, just for policy and procedure, can you do a reorganization meeting anytime you want? No, I'm serious. She's laughing at me. Can you say, like, it's March and we'd like a new president and vice president? Can you do that whenever you want?
Well, you have a policy that you'd have to follow that says if you want to remove a president or a vice president, how you go about that.
Right.
It's not just holding another reorganization meeting, it would be following what that policy is.
Okay.
So then what's the basis for this vote? What's the authority? If the bylaws say that the president and vice president stay until the next reorganization meeting, then what's the legal basis for this vote? Do we even have the authority to interrupt the tenure of the president and the vice president?
I don't have Wi-Fi, but can we look up the policy?
Well, the resolution that we passed on June 21st, be it further resolved, the board member terms are extended as follows. Original terms expiring December 2022 are extended to April 23, to the April 23 reorg, I should say. terms expiring in December 23 are extended to the April 24 reorg, and original terms expiring December 24th are extended to the April 25 reorganization meeting. We have no reference to officers or leadership.
So this is exactly why these types of decisions should be done in committee first, discussed, aired out, and then recommended to the board, because there are always many moving parts, as opposed to a unilateral member trying to change the system.
I would make a motion to table this and bring it to policy committee, because I know that I'm not really comfortable to just like make a decision on.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion we haven't voted on yet.
Oh, okay. Let's vote on it. I'm sorry.
I mean,
You can actually motion.
the motion to
move
table supersedes the motion on the item itself. If the motion on the table fails, then it goes back.
Okay.
You can move to
Okay,
table the motion.
so just so I'm clear now, Kristen moved tabling the motion that Mike made. Okay, did someone second that? Okay, thank you.
Tabled with the direction to go to policy for.
Which is Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you ready to vote on that motion to table?
Yeah.
Sahar Aziz,
Yes.
Robinaccio,
Definitely in support of a motion to table things that should be discussed in committee, yes.
Mike Beelan,
Yes.
Brendan Galligan,
Yes.
Leila Morelli, Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root. Yes. Kristen Sonic-Schmelz,
Yes.
Mary Wickens.
Yes.
All right.
Are we still on new business?
We are still on new business.
May I make a comment then?
Absolutely.
Okay. This is going to be my last board meeting. As was alluded to at last month's meeting, and as Mrs. Onishi called me out by name tonight, my house is under contract. My closing date is the end of the week. I am still currently a resident and a tax-paying resident of Westfield, and we have clarified with our board attorney that I am certainly able to continue to participate in the business of the board and any and all votes until I am no longer a resident, which will be this Friday. So it is with a heavy heart that I move on from over 6 years on the Board of Education and 14 years of volunteering in the schools. I was actually on the 2010 Strategic Plan Committee way back. It's been a great honor and a privilege to serve the community through 2 years as vice president, 1 year as president during 2021, which I think many of us can agree is one of the longest years any of us can remember. And I have to say, it's been a tremendous honor and a privilege to work with all the various board members that I've worked with. And it has certainly been a great accomplishment, I think, of this board that we pulled together and were able to agree on our new superintendent, which anyone that is involved with board members certainly in our state and probably in any state, it's one of the biggest decisions that board members can make, is helping to set the direction of a district by the hiring of a new superintendent. And I think we did really well, and I hope the community agrees with us, because I think Dr. Gonzalez is a tremendous asset. So I'm pleased to have been a part of that and to have gotten to know all of you all. And I agree with Sahar's comments about the democratic process. I think we've certainly heard and absorbed comments from members of the public that come and who email us, and we do take it into account, and it affects us. It may not necessarily mean that we vote the way every single person wants, but it's an important part of the process, and I would encourage people who have the good of the entire district at heart to consider running, because I think it's a valuable part of the democratic process. So anyway, just wanted to chip that in. Thanks.
Traditionally, when a board member's term comes to an end, usually through retirement or early retirement, we start our meeting celebrating the boardsmanship that person has brought to us over in Amy's case, 6.5 years. We don't have that opportunity tonight. We don't have a prepared resolution or anything for you. We will, and it will be read into the minutes next month and be mailed to you. But I just wanted to,
I'll watch the live stream.
you're going to be out of state. You don't have to do that anymore. No, I just want to say it's the person on the board who's worked with you the longest and was involved in your selection to the board the first time, and then our 2 re-election campaigns together. I want to thank you for the years of service you've given to this board, the town in general, and the mentorship you provided me before leadership, and then while I was your vice president, and then your support of me as board president. So thank you, Amy.
Brendan? Yeah, I would just like to echo Brendan's words. I've known Amy for the past 6 years, or nearly 6 years on the board, and I know she's worked ardently on behalf of the children within this district, and she really cares about the kids in this district, and I mean, she's been involved in all the different committees within that the board is involved in, and I just want to thank her for her service. She's been, we don't always see eye to eye, but, over time, she's taught me things, and hopefully I've done the same, and just wish her the best.
I also want to say how lucky I was to work with Amy. And but when I was thinking of running, I reached out to Amy, and she explained what it was to be a board member and the responsibilities, and she lied about everything. And she was like, oh, it's, totally manageable time-wise. And,
In her defense, that was in the BC before COVID era.
It was before COVID and before the superintendent search, and she looks really innocent, but it's not true. I really do appreciate the amount of time you gave of yourself to this community, and especially for the new board members. And I really learned a lot from you, so thank you, and I wish you the best of luck.
I also, Amy, it's not been that long, but we have had the best time. I think what you are able to do right now is just a dream of mine, and I am so happy for you and your family. And I want to thank you for being such a newbie, for, taking my calls and being so calm and so smart. This woman knows everything. And I really appreciate all the time you put in, especially, when I started really getting into it during COVID. I've always listened, but really getting into it in COVID and listening to you lead as the president, it was really very impressive. So, especially with all that contention. So, thank you so much, and enjoy yourself.
I also want to thank you, Amy. You were president at a very difficult time, and we certainly saw various sides to our community, and you handled it with grace and with professionalism, and I think you certainly epitomize kind of the American ideal of civility. And although, we haven't always agreed on everything, I've always appreciated the model behavior that you have exhibited, which is, I think, crucial for us as school board members, because ultimately our children are looking at us and saying how we deal with various situations. So Westfield's been very lucky to have you. And I'm a little jealous that now, some other town is going to have you, because I know word's going to get around that you're a really talented school board member. So anyway, I wish you all the best.
So hard, wouldn't that be fun?
Amy.
Amy's not stupid.
I would like to echo everyone's sentiments and say that you are an amazing mentor. You were my mentor before I was on the board, when I was considering, and you have been this, like, my pillar of strength in a lot of situations. I call you, and you offer great guidance, and you're always level-headed, and your responses always come from a logical place, and I really appreciate that. Westfield's very lucky that we had you, and your new community is very lucky to get you. So enjoy.
With that, I... Oh, sorry, Rob.
We got one more. So I think sometimes we forget what the value of public service is. We get focused on campaigns and who you support and who you don't support. You get focused on votes and what you like and what you don't like. But sometimes you miss, when you're focusing on the substance, exactly the sincerity of the people who are here to serve. I don't want to say again, even though I'm going to say it, that much like Councilman Contract, Amy and I don't agree on a whole heck of a lot either, and we come at things from some very different perspectives. But it's in talking to people with different perspectives and being open to learning from them that you better yourself a lot. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for always listening. I want to thank you for the things that you always said, because it certainly helped me as well. 6 years is a long time to dedicate to something, to a very difficult job. And I just want to thank you for taking that time out for our town, for our kids, and for our district. And if I were you, I wouldn't do this again. I would, but that's I'm gonna leave that to you. But look, whatever you do, knock them dead in Ohio. I think it's gonna be fantastic. Thank you.
Yep, Sonal.
Well, I can't not be the only one that doesn't say anything. I was trying to keep it short, but I will keep it short and sweet, so thank you so much. I'm so excited and happy for you. Thank you for your service, and personally, thank you for all you've done to help me. It's been, you've made it manageable, so thank you.
So procedurally, with regret, I accept your resignation. I wish I didn't have to, but you're doing the right thing for your family. I understand it. I'm very sorry to see you go, but I wish you all the best. In the coming days, we will issue a press release soliciting resumes from interested members of the community who would like to serve to the remainder of Amy's term through the April election. We will conduct interviews in closed session the week of our December board meeting, most likely before. We'll start the meeting early, but it may have to be a separate day depending on how many interested applicants we get. We will make a decision, deliberate publicly, and vote to appoint a new board member to fill that term. And at that time, the new board member will go through their background check, fingerprinting, and be sworn in January if all goes on schedule. Any other new business? All right, nothing else is allowed. Any liaison reports tonight?
Sorry, I do have one, because I've attended several Westfield High School PTSO meetings since the beginning of the school year, and we always have a lot of people in the audience, so I've sort of held back. But I think Layla alluded to, kind of the return of many of the traditional activities, and the high school is a very busy place. And Patrick, our new student liaison, alluded to a number of things that are happening throughout the course of the year, and I'm glad he'll be with you all to help communicate perhaps better and more officially than I have done as liaison, what the high school is doing. But some of the stuff is really neat, and it's interesting that there's ongoing conversations about the fact that it's really only seniors who have experienced kind of a traditionally normal school year, and how to bring the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors sort of up to speed on what a full plate of high school activities looks like. So
yeah, we never thought we'd be talking about a junior transition project.
Yeah. It's the PTSO is a great group of people, and I was able to meet the new director of guidance. She sat in on the meeting this past month, and I know she's got some great ideas, and she'll be working with the PTSO and the Student Government Association as well. So I think you'll be hearing more about it going forward, for sure. But just wanted to call them out and let you know that there's a lot of good things happening too. That's all.
All right. Yep.
So I've participated in the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee, and we discussed two things. First is just the Heritage Months and recognizing them or finding a way to recognize them through the school system, and so there were still preliminary discussions. And the second was there was some discussion among the advisory committee, which again is composed of various stakeholders across the town, staff and private citizens, of religious holidays and at least the issue of not giving exams on religious holidays where we may have a sizable number of students who practice, and so to at least allow them to take the day off and not have to worry that they missed an exam or they have to make up an exam. So there were some discussions on that.
Yeah. And just to chime in, I think Ray mentioned that at the beginning of the meeting before you were able to get here, that the new calendar on the reverse side will make note of that so that all members of the community can sort of keep track of what's happening with various families and community members. So, in planning.
Any other, Rob?
So when I'm the liaison to the Rec Commission, so just very, very quickly, very short and efficient meeting, but I'd like to alert the residents to look out for new programming at Brightwood Park that will be coming. The Rec Commission is also currently in the process of purchasing new equipment, particularly shade structures and some new water features for the kids area of Memorial Pool. And we'll be taking up future improvements to Gumpert, mostly sprinklers and other irrigation systems for G2 and G3.
Thank you, Rob. Any others? All right. With that, I will reopen public comment. During this portion of the meeting, members of the public are invited to address the Board of Education on any topic. The board requests that individuals state their name and address for the record, and ask that all remarks be directed to the board president or designee. You guys are all familiar with this. If you'd like to address this, 3 minutes. I apologize, my iPad battery died, so I'm going to be timing on my phone.
Kyle George, Short Hills Court. Mr. Galligan, Ms. Aziz just made a remark about her membership on the DEI Advisory Committee. There's still been no remedy for the anti-Israel tweets that she's made over the course of her tenure on the Board of Education. I find it highly ironic that she's on the DEI Advisory Committee under those circumstances. And it also defies logic based on what you heard from two very logical arguments from two different board members tonight about why the field should be tabled. Defies logic why you didn't do that. What also defies logic is that the high school students all clapping in the back, they must all have siblings in the elementary school or something, because they're never going to see those fields before they graduate. So I don't quite get the logic of their excitement. And then, despite all the flaws, especially from a financial perspective, you passed it. And, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Ms. Morelli said it was a gift. There was one other past board meeting where Ms. Morelli once said at a past board meeting, perhaps jokingly, that she doesn't do math, and she exhibited that here tonight. Where do you think the $9 million comes from? You said it was a gift. The same people that you already need more money from, it comes from the taxpayers of this town. The taxpayers have to pay the bond back. That's how bonds work. Bonds get issued, the town has to do debt service, the residents have to pay back the bond plus debt. It's not free. This idea that it's a gift from the town is just mind-boggling. And here you are, you're about to go ask the public for more tax money in a down economy, potentially a recession. That's kind of irresponsible, I think. And it doesn't maximize value for the money, as was aptly pointed out. And none of the specs that Mr. Galligan listed in his remarks are actually in the shared services agreement. It's not there. I read it, and it is comical. It's a red line. It's the kind of thing you get from a lawyer before it's ready for execution. It's basically you have to pass. You pass it to find out what's in it. Like that's where have we heard that before? From Congress. I guess we shouldn't be too surprised. This was not a comprehensive plan. You voted on the red line document, not execution copy. How many of you actually read the shared services agreement before you voted on it tonight. Maybe all of you did. I don't know. I would be very surprised if all the people who voted on it actually read it before voting yes. And it's too late now. You're legally bound. Now Mr. Galligan signs it with the town, and now it's there. But I want to thank the two BOE members who made thoughtful arguments to table. I think it's irresponsible that you didn't listen to them. And you just weren't thoughtful enough to see that you hold the cards here, and you could have gotten a better deal that did more for the long-term strategic plan and needs of the kids of Westfield.
Thank you, Mr. George.
Terry Brennan, 862 Railway Avenue. I'm going to say some critical things. So first, I want to echo what other people have said, that I truly value public service and what each of you signed up to do, which is, I don't envy you, I don't. I guess what I wanted to say, I just want to react to some of the comments that the yes voters for the Edison Fields plan, some of the justifications that you shared. One, several of you spoke as if we have no turf fields, artificial turf fields in this town. We have more artificial turf fields than the average of the East Coast benchmark of comparable towns to Westfield. And if you don't believe me, all you have to do is read the Parks and Rec Master Plan. And the other thing that really bothers me is that I believe that a whole entire segment of the student population of this town was completely left out of the process. One of you said that your test for what to support and what not to is it good for student athletes? Why shouldn't the test be, is it good for students? That's my first question. My second question is that, one of you mentioned that clearly the students overwhelmingly want this project. To this day, I'm dumbfounded that so many students were left out of the process. None of you communicated to the parents of Southside students that this project even exists. And when I go out and talk to parents about it, most of them have no idea. So now, if they're not online reading the agenda for the Board of Ed meeting, which people don't have time for, and it's not something people would do. They have no idea about this. However, I assume it was the athletic director or somebody else of the high school that informed all these high school students that come to every one of these meetings. So where's the fairness in that? I just don't think it's fair at all. And I support, every time I come up here, I make sure I say I support student athletes. I'm a big sports person. I believe in sports as a value. I think this is a terrible plan. Anyway, I've said my piece. Thank you all for your public service.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Hello, Anthony Scaglione, 543 Washington Street. I just want to address some of the comments and what I witnessed here tonight. I didn't plan on speaking, that's why I didn't say anything during the last public session, but after what I just witnessed, I just couldn't keep quiet. So some of you claim you trust the bureaucrats in the EPA. That's the same bureaucrats that said after 9/11 that it was safe to go in downtown Manhattan. Boy, aren't we paying for that now. I know at least 2 people who died of cancer from that faith in our EPA, but that's okay. There's benzene, there's DDT, there's asbestos, there's cigarettes. Took 50 years to figure out that was bad. Will you guys be around in 50 years from now when they find out how bad this turf is? That's part one. The next one, you guys were in the driver's seat. You should have been setting the guidelines on what fields are done. Why does the dictator rule? Why does she rule? You're going to this, you've given up your authority, you're going for the shiny object, the easy way. Based on this behavior, why would any of us believe you will be able to influence future details in this plan? Brendan, you say you feel you'll be in a position to make sure that you have an effect on the details of the plan. Well, you abdicated your authority here, and the rest of the board did, and just said, town, you're giving us a gift. Do whatever you want. Based on that performance, I don't see how you're going to influence what happens later on. So why isn't Roosevelt included in any of the solutions? I've said it over and over again. Brendan, you said Roosevelt is not used for any high school sports right now. If that's true, that would be a 100% increase in capacity if that field was done before any artificial turf was put in, or put artificial turf there without lights. If some of the basketball teams can go to Roosevelt to practice, some of our outside sports teams can go also. This idea that, oh, it has to be close to the trainers and stuff, that's malarkey. Does a trainer go to the Roosevelt when the basketball teams practice? I don't think so. Maybe they do. But they could do that at Roosevelt too. Not to mention, everybody keeps talking about gender equality. There's a useless baseball, softball field at Roosevelt. It's never used. If that whole field was turfed, you'd have a place for the girls to play their, whatever, the field hockey that they need the turf for, and you'd have a brand new softball field that the girls would have available to them that they don't have right now. 100% increase in availability of sports field. But that's not even on the table. And the two people who brought up tabling it because there was other stuff that could be looked at, you guys ignored it all. So you're setting a bad precedent here and going down a bad rabbit hole. You are abdicating your authority and responsibility to the town council. We know how well they have maintained their fields. You are setting future boards up for political entanglement. An administration trying to fix this problem shouldn't be dictating an all-or-nothing solution, putting you in this position.
Thank you.
What you are doing is very disappointing. You are putting the next budget at risk. $9 million for a luxury that minimally fixes our field issues while you're looking to put forth a 5% increase in the next budget just to keep your heads above water. Some of you say you asked a lot of questions for us.
Hi, Brian Crawford, 795 Knollwood Terrace. Just for a point of clarification, and Dana, maybe you can address this, which version of the agreement did you approve tonight? Because the version that's online that we got access to yesterday after asking for it for multiple days is not a final agreement. So legally, I'm not really sure what agreement you actually approved tonight, because all that's there is a red line, and it's not clear because it's a PDF what changes were made or not made. So I think you might want to go back and talk to the district attorney about that, because I'm not sure that you have a final agreement that you could have even voted on tonight. And I didn't hear any answer to that after the first comment I made about that. You know, I would say that in this state we have compulsory education. We do not have compulsory athletics, all right? I have watched for the last 16, 17 months, you prioritize athletics over education, all right? You don't have a strategic plan yet, and yet you're signing up for 30 years with the town. And I think we will find in the long run that this is a lease, not a license. But that's for another day. Hopefully the DEP steps in and stops this nonsense. It is in a flood zone, and hopefully they do their job. Hopefully the funding for it falls apart. I really sincerely hope it does, because I don't want to see this. And I can tell you, based on the board members that are currently in this board and the way it's currently constituted, I cannot in good conscience sign up for additional dollars in your budget in April, and I will actively campaign and lobby my neighbors and my friends to reject any budget you put forth. If you want the money for your budget, go to the town for it. That's where you're going for your field, your free field, go to the town. Thank you.
Kristen, I'd like to thank you for thinking about the Edison students. Offering and finding ways for them to have green grass for their recess is so important. But because think of it, if these artificial fields are built behind Edison, they're most likely going to use the most latest technology, which is the plastic-based infill. So these kids at Edison are going to get a double whammy. They're going to get exposed to crumb rubber when they go to Kaler Stadium for their physical education, and then they'll go to the backyard with plastic microparticles and breathing in plastic. So they need green space for at least some part of their day. Thank you. And the first thing you talk about then is spending some money to make them some green space. I was at town council last week, and Councilman Parmalee had an idea that would be free for you, and that is to let the kids have their recess in the varsity baseball field. It's natural grass. Why can't they use it? Please look into it and let us know what they think. Now, I'd also like to speak just a moment about the flooding. Brendan, you mentioned that the Army Corps of Engineer plan is forthcoming. I don't know what you mean by forthcoming. Is there a timeline that you've seen? I certainly have not seen it. The last work update was talking about some minor sorts of stormwater cleaning in town, but there was nothing specific in there about the fixing or addressing the issues at the creek. I know the mayor was invited to join the consortium of the mayors of town in the Rahway River watershed to discuss overall flooding in the whole area, but specifically, what is going to happen at that Robinson's tributary behind the Edison? You put $9 million or $15 million into that field, and then you're going to have the Army Corps of Engineers come in at some point and have to have equipment brought into that creek to do whatever they need to do to fix the flooding. And I talked to the Army Corps of Engineers when they were here, and they say, well, I guess we're going to have to bring the tractors and the trucks and everything over your fields. So that's what's going to happen to your fields.
Sorry, I just need to watch the time. I have to see it. I'm disappointed. I'm not surprised, but I'm disappointed. And I think the fact that we don't even know what this shared service agreement says, I don't know, and I don't understand how all of this works, but I don't even know how you can approve something that we don't have a final version of. It's not final, the one that has been shared. I truly, I'll be honest, I find it insulting that some people were sitting here and laughing and giggling and looking at their phones. I think it's rude when people are coming out here and spending hours and hours and dedicating their time to be laughed at. I think this team, Dr. Gonzalez, I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk to you, but everybody, there should be leadership training here because what's happening up here is just not right. And if we want to bring a community together, people need to listen. I also, I'm not sure of everybody's backgrounds, but from a negotiation, this was the worst negotiation ever. This is not how you negotiate. I do disagree that this was the only thing you could have gotten from the town. They need this field more than you guys need it, but that is gone now. We talk about kids and the athletes, and again, I do appreciate that we asked the question about Edison kids with recess. We didn't get an answer. We got an answer of, hey, we'll look at it. Nobody can truly say that these kids will have recess on grass. Selfishly, my son will be gone and will be out of Edison. I take comfort in that personally, that at least he gets to enjoy it. But I feel terrible that other people don't. My kids went to Tamaulipas, and when I think about future Tamaulipas families, you are teaching your kids to, they go out in the garden every week. They have a butterfly garden. They're running out back all day long. They have an outdoor classroom, and then those kids will transition to a field of plastic. And how anybody can put those two things together and say it makes sense for kids, it doesn't. And the other piece about capacity, the Board of Ed is not getting more capacity. They're just not. You can't add time. The Board of Ed has those fields today. And then someone said, well, maybe the Board of Ed will get more hours. Okay, well, then soccer gets less hours. This goes back to the fact that everybody thinks they're getting this field. And so I think when all of this comes to play, there's going to be a lot of disappointed people because everybody thinks they're getting incremental hours, and it's just physically not there. And I think that is it. Thank you. And good luck, Amy.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford.
Jean Lemberg, 528 Grove Street. I'd be lying if I didn't say that if I said that I'm pleased with your plan. I'm really, really disappointed that Westfield is throwing away an opportunity to be a leader in the state and in the country of what it means to be a green community and what it means to be a green school. Obviously, I'm a teacher. Obviously, I didn't do a good enough job in educating all of you in all the months I've been up here trying to teach about the environment. Maybe you just don't believe me, and that's unfortunate. I did want to address something that Mr. Galligan said about noise. You may not be planning to put a PA system over there. Come and have coffee with me in my kitchen, because I can tell you what happens every afternoon as soon as the football team goes on to Kaler Field. They don't have the PA system going on. They don't need to. For $100, you can get a boom box and amp it up. They have had it going so loud that with all the doors and windows closed, I can still hear it in my house, and it's like a giant FU to my husband and I, because we come out here and have been advocating for grass fields. And the same thing happens. It's not even just the football team. PAL football is there every Sunday, and there are people that bring their boom boxes for these little kids. They practice on the field close to the sideline or the fence, and they have boom boxes going. You can hear it. So if you think that you're going to prevent noise, I'm sorry, that's just not accurate. So I don't know what you're going to do, because there certainly is no cone of silence that could be put over the field. I wish there was. And thank you all for your service, and good luck, Mrs. Root.
Thank you, Mrs. Lundberg.
Yeah, Greg Lindbergh, 528 Grove Street. So I just wanted to clarify a couple things. I heard a lot of talk about how we can't do grass fields because we don't have the budget. According to your facilities long-term plan for the last 2 cycles, you have $4.7 million budgeted to turf the field outside. So where is that money coming from, and where is the money coming to maintain it year after year, and 10 years from then turn around and have to returf it? You already know what it costs to returf a field, because you had to returf Kaler a couple of years ago. It was a $3 million project. So I'm a little confused when I hear about we don't have enough money to start to maintain grass fields better for a couple $100,000 a year, and yet we're going to spend $4.7 million, and that's from your records. I'm not making that number up. So we're going to do Edison, and then we're going to do here, and the town's going to do Tamaulipas Park. So when does the turfing end? Elm Street is next, I understand. The Parks Master Plan calls for Memorial Park. At what point do we stop turfing in this town? I simply don't understand it. Yeah, and you want to talk about equity for a second. So I was just at part of the strategic planning meeting last night that some of you all were at. One of the things that they highlighted was physical space, and how you send messages about your values depending on the physical environment in which the corporation or the school or whatever exists. So the message that we're sending now to the Edison kids
forever is screw you, you don't get the same kind of environment that all of the other schools get. And my head nearly exploded when you were worried about the equity of class trips to paper mill or not to paper mill, when you are now taking and creating an inequitable situation forever for half of the students that are going to come through the school. So that's really all I had to say. It is simply incredible that this is where we landed, in my view, and I'm very disappointed.
My name is Susan Goodman. I live at 322 Arenda Circle. I want to know if any of you have read the manual of maintenance through ACE Global. Whether you use that company or any other company, the maintenance is 11 pages long. And it has to be kept according to what they say, or your warranty that's 2 pages long will not be honored. If it floods, if kids throw up on it, if leaves blow on it, it's very, very long and it's very, very detailed. And now you don't just have one field, you have 4 fields. You have 2 soccer fields, you have a football field, and you have a baseball field, on top of Keeler and Houlihan. You're going to have to hire somebody full-time to maintain this, or it's not going to be warranted. Field Turf, New Jersey schools have multiple lawsuits out against Field Turf. And ACE Global is in connection with Field Turf. And I hear that Keeler and Houlihan aren't really maintained properly. So I hope that you signed all of us residents up for a big tax bill, because the way the pilot program works, you're not going to have this money to pay for all this. You're going to have to pass a bond. You're not going to allow us to vote on it. And then you're going to have to start paying interest payments on it. And who's going to pay that? You've got to wait until all of Westfield Crossing is built and most of it is filled, and before you'll get any service payments, that annual service charge. And that, I read on that, they have to provide financial papers at the end of every year. That's a profit and loss. I ran a business. That's a profit and loss. If they can prove a loss, you're not going to get your $500,000 annual service charge. You won't get that amount. And then how are you going to pay this bill that you signed the rest of us up for? I want the kids to have good fields, but why do we have to build all 4? And why does it have to create a heat field next to those other 2? And then the mayor's going to want to sign us up for Tamaulipas. We only have so much money. We're in inflation. Have you guys figured that out? We're in an inflation, and they expect the bottom, all the economists expect the bottom to fall out after the first of the year. And Trump just announced he's running for president. So we're going to have a hell of a 2 years of a lot of stuff falling around. And you're going to put this burden on us. And we only can make so much money. So unless all of you who voted yes are going to work extra time to put the money in, I don't want to pay for it. And I don't even get to vote for it. You could have, in April, when you're voting for the school budget, and any other council members, you could have put in a vote for this. You could have put it at a stay, and you could have put a vote for it. The mayor is doing this underhandedly, and it's not fair to us taxpayers. We own this town, not you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other members of the public to address us, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Can I have a second? Thank you, Mary. All in favor?
Aye.